I'm going to call our workshop to order. It is 1 p.m. and it is July 9th, 2020, and we have 4 topics on our docket today. Our first topic will be elementary, middle, and high school staffing plans for the 2020-2021 school year, and that will start with Mr. Bargeron. So come on down. You're fine.
It's up to you.
I'm closest to you. Safe?
I feel perfectly fine.
I did have my temperature checked earlier, so. The largest portion of the operating budget for the school district is salary and fringe benefits. And so we wanted to provide some information on how the allocation plans provide the staffing to the different departments and schools. Excuse me. I know we've talked about transparency quite a bit, and this allocation process is very transparent. So you have a binder that provides a lot more detail than we have in the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint is intended to just walk us through, highlight the points, and then these binders are really more for your reference in the future. If anybody has a question on a particular allocation, a particular school, if you have any specific questions that I can't answer this afternoon, then we'll certainly get you that information quickly. And I do have to request that the slides in the PowerPoint advance because of the televised meeting. So, slide number 1. Just to start off with, we have some enrollment trends. And 2018-19, we had 48,853 students. That's per the final FEFP calculation for that year. FEFP being Florida Education Finance Program. 2019-20 current year, we're at 49,465. And then the enrollment projection for 2020-21, which was submitted in January 2020, January this year, 50,268 students. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, the staffing plan is designed to be transparent, be very easy to be understood by our staff, school administrators primarily, be consistent, it's formula driven, which also means it's equitable, and then also focus on making the class size requirements. We want to make sure we're fully supporting students. Instructional support is the primary goal. More support for students and teachers, and providing administrative coverage for all schools. And this is the same plan that you guys have seen before. There were some minor changes, and I'll touch on those later. So very similar prior year allocation plans. So next slide, please. This is the elementary school staffing model. This is standard. I need to tell you this is a very logical plan. It's good to see this when coming into a new district. It really helps develop the budget, gets into a lot of the details on how the budget, how the allocations are developed, and those drive the funding then, which then drives the budget, which we will be talking about on July 23rd. The change in elementary school staffing model, we did change the grade 4 to 5 allocation from 1 to 22 to 1 to 24. And that was in anticipation of some budget concerns for the current school year now. We don't have the budget yet. From DOE, we should be getting that by July 19th. So I don't feel like I need to read the page to you unless you'd like me to. Again, that's the only change on this page from prior years. There are samples of what the schools get in the PowerPoint, and in the binder there's actually the allocation for each school. So you can see the detail, you see how it works out, how the enrollment converts into staff. Next slide. Continuing with the elementary staffing model, some additional allocations, Title I staff if it's a Title I school, addresses school resource officers, the guardian for each school, and then we have the non-instructional staff listed for elementary school staffing. Continue. Next slide is going on to the middle school allocation plan staffing model. Same thing, the basic academic staff, 1 to 24, that's up from 1 to 22 for the same reason. We made some adjustments in the basic allocation. alternative ed staff, applied tech, exceptional student ed, enrichment, support, administration, same type of thing. And again, each school's allocation is in the binder. Next page, the additional staff at middle school, categorical school resource officer, and then non-instructional staff, very similar to elementary. Next page. The high school staffing model, and when I finish with the PowerPoint, I will reference the binder so we can walk through the different tabs, and I'm going to reference it now, but we'll hit on that at the end of the PowerPoint. So the high school staffing model, 1 to 27, up from 1 to 25. Alternative ed, career tech, exceptional student ed, enrichment staff. You can see how each school gets its allocation based on enrollment. Exceptional ed 1 to 12, based on caseload, just highlighting one of the items on the page. Next page is continuation of the high school staffing model. Support staff, for those that can't see it, media counselor, testing coordinator, school, social workers, psychologists, boys and girls deans. Then we have the administrative staff, principal, assistant principal, again, categorical allocations, school resource officer, and then ROTC if high schools have a particular ROTC program, non-instructional staff, paraprofessionals, different clerks, bookkeepers, secretary, all the different non-instructional support staff are listed there. And then on the next slide, this is a sample of a school level model for an elementary school, and it's stamped draft. It will remain draft until the 10-day count, which is when we'll have actual enrollments and adjust based on the true underlying student population. And you can see again, it's a very, very logical, very easy to understand, and very transparent allocation system, and equitable. Very important parts to an allocation plan. Next page is that same school continuing with the draft allocation. Over to the right, there are footnotes as changes are made throughout the year. This is updated with footnotes, so we can track anything that changes by school throughout the year. Yeah, you can see on slide 11, 624, added a note next to custodian allocation. We did change the custodial allocation this year also, the square footage increase. That was addressed in a previous workshop. And the next page is the final sheet for that draft allocation for that particular elementary school. Before I go to what's new in the plan, I would like to point you in the binder to the, you can see the first tab is really just a rehash of the actual allocation method calculation for each school type. Then the next tab, comprehensive staffing, shows the basic staff by school on the first page, and then it has all of the additional types of categoricals or program staff, art, music, PE, STEM, everything's listed. Pretty summarized staffing, or a summary of staffing on these documents by school. You can see the counts by school. The next tab provides acronyms that school districts love to use. That's why I said FEFP, Florida Education Finance Program. Then the next tab is the actual draft allocation for each elementary school. The next tab is the same for the middle schools. The next tab is the same for the high schools. And then the next tab is a cost estimate. And the reason I wanted to go to this is because this compares the current year staffing allocation number of units to next year's. So those changes for elementary, middle, and high basic allocations that I mentioned earlier are highlighted here. You can see that on the first slide in that tab. It goes from 1,637 units to 1,510 units, so a decrease of 127. And the different categories flow through that document. And then the next three tabs are non-instructional divisions. which we'll come back to, but I wanted to walk through there before getting to what's new in the plan. So, are we on that slide?
But before you move on,
Yes.
question, Madam Chair? I don't know, the pages aren't numbered, but I'm looking at, in the binder, under the comprehensive staffing, and Southeast High School is the only high school that does not have an FTE for an athletic trainer. Are we doing away with sports there, or? I understand Horizon's not having an athletic trainer, yes?
I can answer that question if you'd like. Because they have a teacher that is performing those duties, because they have the qualification
Okay.
after school, so they're paid a supplement instead of just a separate
FTE.
full-time athletic trainer. They're the only ones left. Originally, we had a couple with some overlap, but they're the only one doing that. And so they do have one, and they are compensated, but they teach a full-time FTE during the day.
Probably be good to make a note just someplace, so if anybody else looks at it,
Good point.
from an equity perspective. All right, thank you.
So what's new in the plan? As we've already talked about, the basic allocations were changed. That's the first line. We've added another 45 full-time classroom substitutes to schools to support.
Good.
Good thing. And then we've had increases in administrative positions, a net increase of 12. We had one reduction. 11, 12 addition, one reduction. And those are listed on slide 13. And those have all been built into next year's budget, and that's why, I mentioned the general fund budget workshop on the 23rd. That's when all this, is rolled up into all of the other items for next year's budget.
Vice Chair Kennedy.
Mr. Bergeron, do we have or Superintendent Saunders, do we have our basic ratios are above the class size amendment, and I know that doesn't apply to all class, applies to core classes. And this question just occurred to me now, I'm sorry I didn't give it to you beforehand, but have we taken a look at what the potential costs of those fines from the state will be if we have full projected enrollment? Do we know what that number?
There's a couple of things. First of all, we built our original allocation plan based on 800 students' growth projection. So when I change the formula, I'm kind of taking out some of that growth anticipated students entering the district, because we really weren't sure once COVID happened if we were going to get the potential growth. We always hold back a number of FTE. I do not distribute all of the positions out of the gate. So if at the 10-day count, we do see that we need to add some additional teachers, we will do so. I will tell you, I'm looking right now at our allocations based on today with the roll-up, and we're down some projected numbers. But that is common in some cases, especially in elementary and kindergarten in July. Those numbers will change. But right now, we have not hit our projected number. So with that adjustment of changing the ratio, I don't know that we're going to have an issue with meeting class size, because I do think that in many cases we're going to come in probably a little bit lower than what we had thought. So instead of adjusting after the fact, I just made the call and adjusted based on our vacant positions instead of hiring that and then having to pull back after the fact.
That makes sense.
But good question.
Thank you.
I believe the class size certification is in October, so we have time also to, make adjustments based on real data once the school opens.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Reverend Golden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bergeron, the new in the plan changes the basic ratios for classroom teachers. I also see that the new in the plan increases the number of substitutes that we're going to rely on. Is there any relationship between the reduction in the classroom teachers ratio and the increased reliance on the classroom substitutes?
Being here a short time, I don't believe so. Hearing that the problem bringing in coverage each day has been a problem everywhere I've ever worked. But
We just approved the contract at the last meeting, so I guess maybe that would be a better question for the superintendent.
But, and that's why we added those additional positions, which are actually para positions. That coupled with that other contract, we're hoping to have a better situation with coverage if we have any teachers that are out for a given day. So we did decide that new combination hopefully is going to make a better impact. We've changed the criteria to be a substitute. We've added more money. We've paid teacher. Every year it seems like we're coming back with a different possible solution. So we're hoping that the plan this year is going to support our classrooms and our teachers a little bit more if we have vacancies. So that doesn't have any element of reason on the adjusted formula. The only purpose of that adjusted ratio formula was since we knew that there was possibly going to be a shortfall. We had 230 teacher vacancies at the time. We decided to change the formula, which would reduce the number of open positions we needed so that we would not impact existing personnel or existing needs. Also gambling that we thought we probably would not have the anticipated growth that we had projected in January and August. And, we still have some summer left. Things are not set, but we probably aren't going to have the growth that we had originally thought due to COVID in those situations.
So if I accept your premise that these two changes, the changes in the basic ratio and the increasing of the use of classroom substitutes, if I accept that as a basis for being revenue neutral, no increase, no decrease, but it's static as a consequence of those two moves, what should I make of the third issue where we're increasing 12 administrative positions? So I'm not quite so sure. Maybe I don't understand what the difference is between administrative and operational, but how do we justify increasing 12 administrative positions when we're cutting the number of classroom teacher presence and relying more on classroom substitutes to make the budget work? So what are those 12 administrative positions that are going to increase in this time?
Yes, sir. Well, actually, the increase of substitutes is not to take the place of any existing teacher position. It's to fill in when teachers are absent on a given day. So they're not going to have any bearing on being full-time teachers or expected to be full-time teachers. The reduction of number of teachers is expected that I'm not going to have the same number of enrollment, so I would not need that increase. When the 10-day count comes, if it shows that I have more students than what we thought in the spring after the COVID situation, then we will go back and add some additional teachers back into the fold. Part of the reason why the additional administrators were added was we rezoned the district. We changed a lot of the zoning practices and increased enrollment of our new school. So when you see the addition at Parish Community High School, we added another grade level. So we never staffed them at a full capacity of a high school. We were staggering that in when we added another grade. So when they grow again, they could be having additional staff added each year until they get up to a full capacity of 2,000 students. The other ones that you will see, and I will pull up that slide if they can show it on the additions. I don't see it, which, you're right, we don't have it quite numbered, so it's hard for me to find the page where I can give you examples. But if you will notice, many of the assistant principals, when you talk about MIACA, it never had one. They shared one with Palm View Elementary School because both of those schools were small. We rezoned MIACA, and a number of students from McNeil are now added to theirs, so it met the number to generate a full-time AP. Palm View is now a K-8, so we have an elementary AP and a middle school AP, which matches what Johnson did. So many of these were generated due to the matriculation of the new schools growing, and also generated from the capacity once we rezoned in the fall that goes into effect this year.
Are any of these as a consequence of the disparity in enrollment between Lakewood Ranch and Parish Community? Because anecdotally, what I'm hearing is that Lakewood Ranch is overpopulated and Parish Community is underpopulated, and we could solve, quote, some of our problems if we would simply shift some of these children from one school to the other. Is any of that computed in the additional administrators that we're asking for, or is that not even an option that's being considered?
That had no bearing at all here. Lakewood Ranch is staffed based on their numbers and administrators with their size. If it were to reduce, they could lose some, and then they would shift over to that other school.
All of these are brand new in the context of what you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Differences from the zoning that was changed. So we're not increasing administrators just to, I don't want to say just to, but we're not increasing administrators as a consequence of different operational needs. We're increasing administrators as a consequence of different organizational needs. We've organized differently.
School-based.
Absolutely.
Is that fair to statement?
That is a fair statement. And if you see, Mills Elementary had a reduction in an administrator. And again, that was due to the rezoning. Those numbers have now come down where they do not have enough students to generate that. So once they hit that threshold, we do give them the added support. So a number of these students, you will see Buffalo Creek, very large middle school, Sug, very large middle school. The great thing is that you'll see as many of them at one time were losing students. They're no longer losing students because they're really achieving and doing pretty remarkable things. Students are choosing to stay there, so because of their student population growing, we've given them the added support.
And let me get to the point that I'm trying to make. This is not, well, it may be new to the plan, but it's not new to the system.
You are correct.
That's the point that I'm really trying to make, because I don't want to have to answer the question tomorrow.
Right.
Why are we cutting back? We need more money because we got more administrative positions, and that's not true.
It's not true, and if you look at the overall budget, when it'll be presented a little bit later, you will see we have reduced our budget this year compared to the spending last year overall due to the concern of the possible shortfall. But very good question on the students. It's all based on formula driven across the board. So if we do end up seeing the increase of students that we thought originally in January we were going to come, we will add additional teacher units if it generates the need to have extra teachers. Again, that's all based on our funding. So if the students do not come in, then of course the funding doesn't come in. I would much rather wait and add when we actually see than hire people and have to reduce after the fact.
But the fact still remains, these administrators that we're talking about, that we're going to, quote, have as additions, are not really additions or reductions. What they really amount to, what's that guy that comes here, that famous word that he used, they're transfers. And they're transfers as a consequence of the organizational difference, not transfers as a consequence of the operational. And I think that makes a big difference.
Well,
when people
they're
start
due
talking
to
about
the
what we're doing.
increase of numbers of students in those schools.
Okay.
So we added the staff due to the increase either of the rezoning enrollment or the new school adding another grade and the student population getting there. We never staffed the middle or the high at full capacity last year because the student numbers didn't match. Every middle school had 2 APs. Mona Jane only started with 1. So we're just getting them on par with the other ones because now the student population matches the need per our formula.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And to emphasize, this is on the instructional side of the house, supporting schools and having a formula drive the staffing. With the enrollment changes, it makes it equitable. Everyone knows what to expect. On the non-instructional side of the house, we already have some vacancies in my areas, and we are not filling those currently.
Mm-hmm.
So, our emphasis is on supporting schools, both in the classroom and the support for the classrooms and the admin, and it's formula-driven.
We are in the midst of a major shift in the way we are going to be funded and the things that we have to address. One of the things that I do remember since being here is that we've been accused of having more administrators than are, quote, necessary. And so I want to make sure as we go along, we explain that these administrators are necessary. And they're not necessary because we're spending more money on administrators, but they're necessary because the way we are organizing to meet the needs of the students requires more administrators. I think that's a big difference. That's all I'm trying to lift up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next slide. So here we're getting into non-school instructional division is the first. Mrs. Yost, Deputy over Instruction, there's an org chart there. And as you can see, the second position on the left is frozen. It's a new position, but it's frozen.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have the next slide is it provides changes in all of the different support positions within that division. It's kind of hard to read. Total of looks like an increase of 4. And I don't have the details on, if anybody wants additional information on this, we can provide it. Okay. So, the next number of slides just continue with the instructional division changes, pluses and minuses. Going to slide 22, has a total instructional division change of a plus 1.48. So, give and take throughout the division. And I have not been involved in the development of this plan.
I just want to be clear, Madam Chair, if I could. Just want to be clear about the new position that's vacant. Even though we do not have an executive director, would it be fair to say that the duties of an executive director of ESOL, ESC, federal programs would be shared amongst the executive directors of the elementary and secondary schools?
Well, the support of schools, never stops. So the allocation is there because it's been determined that it's needed, but because of the concern for future funding, that's why I said I know I have positions in my division that have been frozen. We're not filling those positions right now.
Well, you're probably right. I probably need to ask the superintendent how will this
But
deficit?
you are right. The duties still exist and the jobs still have to occur whether you have a sole person dedicated to it or not. So all the other leaders in that division will absorb those duties and continue with those duties until we feel that it's more of an appropriate time to fill that position, which is not this year.
And the support doesn't stop. The way I describe it is the level of service might change a bit, but, you know, in tough times, tough decisions have to be made.
Is that something we really want to say? That the level of service?
Well, I mean, it's having two people in a position, having two people supporting the schools is certainly going to provide a more immediate reaction than having one. It's just, you know, the demand on the division. So if it was identified as being a necessary position, but you know, it's not going to cripple the provision of those services.
The quality of them.
Right.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Operations Division, and Mr. Wagner. I don't know if there was, let me check the binder, if there was anything else we wanted to refer back to before we. No, it's just the detail on the divisions, and then that cost estimate tab that I referred to earlier. Superintendent's in the binder. Instructional and operations are also there. Thank you. Thanks.
All right, Nick, thank you. If we could have the next slide. So I'm going to talk about similar to what you had just heard, but focusing on the operations, which is information technology, food and nutrition, maintenance, risk management, safety and security, construction, transportation, personnel, and then also it includes Manatee Technical College. Dr. Paul Gramsmer is starting here at the end of July, so the MTC budget is part of these slides that are in your packet also, and we want to keep MTC under me if possible. So if you go to the next slide, Nick, we have done the same as instruction, where we're listing out all of the different positions by department on here. As you go through it, and go to the next slide, Nick, you can see the negatives and the positives. Some of those were derived from if the position's been held open for the whole year, it might be better, to take it off of our budget for right now, because we are trying to save funds to make sure we cover all the expenses if we have a shortfall of funding from the state. Next slide, Nick. You can see through there, the changes are slight. As far as if you took one away, you added one somewhere. And again, a lot of this had to do with being able to fill positions. Some of the areas are tough to fill. When you get down to the bottom of the operations page,
Wait, before you get to the bottom, I have a question.
I don't, okay,
On slide 32.
okay.
There's a lot of changes on this slide
So, good question.
happening there.
Absolutely. So this was a reorganization that we brought forward through Mr. Hanson, through IT, and we brought that through a few months ago. And he reorganized his department to try to make it more efficient. So you're seeing those, we talked about them, we said we were going to do that, and so then now you're seeing them actual negatives taken away from the department so he could run his department more efficient. So that did help in our overall budget on the bottom on page 33.
And can I make a comment too?
Yeah.
One thing you'll notice where there is an increase, what happened was we took the high school lab managers off the high school allocation and we put them under his division so that they would be expanded beyond the school calendar to be able to work in the summertime to fill in the gap. So where it looks like he added some units, he really didn't add units. We took them off the high school plan, and that was part of his reorg. So I just wanted to remind folks in the room what had happened with that.
Thank you. Now that you say that, I remember us going through that and him talking about it multiple times, even having a meeting with him, but it's interesting now just to see it like laid out this way, so.
Because in this format, we compare one year to the next so that people can see what actual changes with personnel are occurring in each of the areas, so.
Agreed. And if you go to the slide 33, then you can see at the bottom the 823 staff that really do make up operations. We're forecasting 796 is what we have in our budget for next year. So that's a reduction of about 20, that's a reduction of 25 on our staffing. So, well, we did forecast an increase in FTE. For students, you know, we are trying to do more with less. Our people are working hard. They get the credit. They're more efficient. We're utilizing technology more. Some jobs are streamlined, so you can make reductions. And what we saw in IT this last year, that was the first department we did that for. The goal is to continue to look at each department. You can't look at it, you know, everybody at the same time, but we surely can, you know, knock it out one department at a time and see where we can come up with efficiencies and how we can really get to the point where every department's been looked at and we've adjusted it as needed. The next slide, I do want to talk about this though too, as we're talking about, it kind of fits in with the whole conversation today. Okay, oh, I'm sorry. So this one is, the next ones are really just Manatee Technical College. So Manatee Technical College, we have 151 staff. A lot of it's market driven. We have, besides 150 full-time staff, we have about that same number in part-time staff, and so we can be fluid with the market changes here in Manatee County. So as we're seeing an increase in this sector of employment, we can bring on more part-time people to see if we can, you know, offer education in that area, and then once students are become employed, and that may become a permanent program for us at Manatee Technical College. So then we can bring those people on as a full-time position. So Manatee Technical College, if you remember, receives separate funding from the state of Florida, and we also charge tuition. So we have to live within our means of what we receive from the state as far as the personnel cost. But there wasn't really a formula like there is elementary or middle school or high school. That's why we wanted to include it in your PowerPoint. Okay, next slide. So I want to talk about this. We made some corrections to our data. You know, starting in January, all of the state codes for charter, contracted, and district categories were looked at. And what happens is, I'll give you the 10,000-foot view. The Florida Department of Education conducts surveys, as you know, 2 times a year, Survey 2 and Survey 5, that collects how staff is classified. Survey 5 contains the end of the year or full year staff information, and it's due in July. So for the survey data that we submit to the state, each employee is categorized in a specific EEO code. And so EEO code stands for Equal Employment Opportunities. It's really an occupational classification code, an OCC. So they're just asking, you know, how many people do you have in this area? How many people do you have in that area? How many principals? How many assistant principals? How many teachers? And they have it ranging from 1 to 54 as far as how you can report staff. So 1 to 20 is administrative, 21 to 20 or 43 is instructional, and 44 to 54 are support staff. And this also includes charter schools, how they classify their individuals as well. So this came to light when we switched over to PeopleSoft. Really, the codes were somehow masked before in J.D. Edwards, and this was, it came to attention. We've been working on it for this past year. So we ended up with 158 corrections. And so I want to give you a couple examples. This chart, Nick, if you go to the next slide. Thank you. So this chart shows an example of the old state code that we had here in the district, the old state title, the old official code that was sent to the DOE, which was an 08, which would be an administrative staff classification. And then it's been corrected to this person would be classified as a project coordinator. And so now the new state title is a specialist manager instructional curriculum. So the new state code is a 43. So it's a way to accurately report staff in the right classifications. For instance, the coordinator of transportation. We have a coordinator of transportation. They've been reported as an administrative staff. Well, when you look at what the job function is of that individual, they don't supervise anyone. So they don't oversee a spendable budget. They're not making district-wide decisions in their position. So their position still stays the same. They're still functioning the same. They're doing the same job. But how we report it, they're truly not an administrative class position. They truly are a support staff. Doesn't take anything away from the person. You know, they're doing a great job. It's just being able to accurately report the personnel that we have working in the school district of Manatee County. Some of the big changes came from the next one down on your list that you can see on there, that's the registrar. So the registrar was classified as an administrative staff. You know, do they supervise people? Do they have a budget? Do they make decisions that impact the entire school district? Or are they making decisions that impact their school? And so this one was changed to data entry operator school. And that would be the appropriate job classification as far as how you're reporting. Again, it doesn't change their pay, their job description, their duties. It doesn't change anything other than we are more accurately now reporting to the state of Florida. So that was a big one. There were 58 individual registrars that have been changed to support staff. So if you go to the next page is the summary of those 158 changes. Nick, on your PowerPoint. Thank you. Two tables. The top one is how it was last year, and the bottom one is with the current corrected changes on here. You can see how the big area of the change was the very last column on your right, where it says deans, curriculum coordinators, registrars were also part of that classification. So that was changed from 107 to 33, because they truly should not have been classified as an administrator. We've worked with charters this last month also, because they get to choose how their people are being reported, and our plan is to have a review with the data, with the charters, and with our own organization too, at least every quarter, so that people can ensure that we really are reporting. It's important to report the right information to the state. And so we're going to continue to monitor this, and we can give reports as we do this update every year also, as some way to show that we are on top of it and we have made these corrections. We wanted to bring these to your attention.
Before you move on, Reverend Golden?
Yes. Sir, the data that is collected and furnished to EEO, could you tell me to what purpose is it used in the district with respect to the goals of the district? Would it be fair to say that these numbers are used as a basis to determine whether or not we have succeeded in achieving our diversity and inclusion goals?
So while the title, all right, that's why I wanted to bring up the two titles. So the title, if you're talking about the Equal Employment Opportunity,
Right.
EEO, lends itself to that question. when you look it up on the state, occupational classification code is more descriptive of what you're doing. You're actually reporting, like you have your own code too. Board members have a code as well that's being reported to the state.
I agree with you.
And so it's really that as more of a function. You're actually you're 00. Y'all are 00.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm a double zero.
You are. You're all double zeros. I have it here, and the superintendent's an 01.
We can
So-
be all of that.
So
But
to answer,
seriously, the question
yeah.
I'm asking you, Mr. Wagner, is whether these are the statistics that we use to determine whether or not we are meeting or not meeting our own diversity and inclusion goals. Because I don't want this to be a shell game, find the P or find the ace. There's probably a legitimate objective to try to clean this up and make it right. I just don't want it to be misused to conceal, for example, that with respect to assistant principals, that we're not meeting our own diversity and inclusion goals. And I just picked that because I see that the number of assistant principals under either survey, under either categorization didn't change. Okay, it's 86 in the old, it's 86 in the new. But what I am more concerned about are, like you said, we started out with 107 deans, curriculum coordinators, and now we're all the way down to 3. Those others went somewhere. Are they along that line to increase the diversity and inclusion in others, or are we just not counting them anymore?
Oh, no, we're counting them. So they went from being administrative to support, so we're still counting them. This doesn't look at any of the gender or ethnic data. So it was strictly about job title and classification and how it was been reported. And unfortunately, it's been reported that way for a long time, and it really wasn't until PeopleSoft came that they were, that was one of the things that they were charged with fixing, and now it's more prevalent because you could see it now in the system better. And so it's a mistake. We wanted to get it right.
So the only thing we've really done is change classifications. We don't have a resource that we can use to determine whether we're meeting diversity or inclusion goals. So anybody that looked at these numbers couldn't use them to say we are not.
Right, not for this particular report. They put this on the DOE website, and districts can compare others, other districts. It's more of a comparison that the DOE is pushing it out there for us because we're not funded any different because of it. We're not, it really is just a way we found the mistake. We wanted to correct it and bring it to your attention.
Thank you.
Dr. Hopes.
Reverend Gold, the most important aspect of finding this discrepancy is that one of the ways that these reports, this data reports, the state are used is to look at comparisons to other districts. And because we were erroneously reporting more FTEs in the administration category than were actually functioning in an administrative role, it made our allocations look like we were administrative heavy compared to other districts. Okay. And so through the transition to PeopleSoft, Mr. Wagner's staff was able to more clearly delineate the actual role of a position. And as you may recall, as we've gone through and revised under the superintendent's recommendations, job descriptions, part of it was that people had job descriptions which made it look like they were an administrator or a manager, and they really weren't. And that was getting reported to the state. So if when the state looked at how we were spending our money, it looked like we were spending less money in the classroom or in supporting the classroom than we really were. And that's how this data is used and why it is so important and valuable that the superintendent and her team have gone through position by position and correctly identified what category they fit in for state reporting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So the silver lining with respect to the big debacle that we've experienced over the last few years is that it allowed us to discover some miscategorizations, misclassifications of job descriptions that penalized us. Now we're correcting that.
Absolutely. And we want to be 100% accurate
That's good.
with our positions.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
No, it's okay. I was just going to add that, numbers wise, that's how it looked. But if you really look at our budget, you'd see that the amount being spent does not equate to the numbers that were even being sent. So I think this is a far more accurate of even where the money is really going that we approve. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Vice Chair Kennedy.
Yeah, just a quick one. Thanks, Madam Chair. Reverend Golden, I want to circle back to your question about using this data, not the data that Mr. Wagner is presenting, but data that is on this website, because Doug, while you've been talking, I actually pulled up the site. And there is a tab that breaks down job categories by gender and race.
Okay.
And so we actually have the data, and I'll just share this real quick. This is the 2019-2020 Final Survey 2. For example, it gives the state grand total as 179,004 total. In Manatee County, last year we had 3,359. Again, this is just the teacher category. There's in here is guidance, social workers, psychs, those other categories are not in this number. But specifically, for example, of those 3,300 teachers, 2,282 of them are white women, 155 are African-American women, 172 are Latina, 30 are Asian, and so forth, and it has the same breakdown for males. So we do have a data point. I had to dig through some sheets to find it, but it does exist, and we could use that as a data point.
And now it's even more accurate because of what we're doing.
It will be. But this report really was just about the specific codes on job classification, but absolutely. they
Positions,
do-
not gender and
Right,
race.
but absolutely, they do capture all that information for our
So this is a tab that Mr. Chapman can use to help us in terms of his diversity and inclusion matrix for the strategic plan that we have.
and you can compare it to other districts. It's
Yeah.
not masked, so you can see it all.
Yeah. I just, seems like maybe we might not be doing anything. You never know. So it's good to know that we are doing something and that we have some,
Raw data.
some data that we can use, some deliverables. Yeah. Thank you,
All right, very
Madam
good.
Chair.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And I had blocked 30 minutes for that. We actually took 50 minutes for that. But I appreciate it. I think it was a good conversation. And I do actually think it ties into schools reopening, and it's very important that we address some of those things. So I really appreciate that.
All right, very good. Thank you for your time, your extra time.
Is there anything
today.
else?
Yeah. No.
Okay. So then we're going to move forward with our strategic plan. Mr. Chapman, I hope you can talk quickly. I just want to make sure that we really get enough time to talk about reopening of schools, and I want to make sure we have a big chunk of time to discuss that, because I think that's our hottest topic of today. Not to say that the strategic plan is not a hot topic.
Oh,
It is. It is. Thank you.
Well, thank you again for the opportunity to bring this draft strategic plan framework in front of you. I was here at the end of February, then we had something called a pandemic that may have slowed us down a little bit, but we're back at it. This again, before I start, I just want to acknowledge my two people who've helped me with this, Damon May and Jessica Anderson, who've just been so valuable during this process. So I know they're listening somewhere and watching, so just wanted to say thank you to them. But again, this is a 2-year plan. It runs over the next 2 school years. It really lays the investments in students, in our employees, in our community. It pretty much builds the structure, the infrastructure, some of which we've been talking about really, that we really need to implement here in the next 2 school years, so that in the beginning of 2022 we can begin the process of maybe a longer strategic plan, maybe something more broader or more, bolder, if you will, once we've built this kind of structure. But when we last met, you all gave me a lot of updates and edits and feedback, So maybe if I kind of cruise through it, so that we can have more time to talk and get to all the other issues. So I think we're going to pull it up on the screen here, but I have the paper copy in front of you. What I'll point out to you is on page 5 and 6, we've added a section kind of highlighting what the school district is going through with the pandemic, especially this past spring, where our school community in Manatee County came together to kind of prevail in this crisis, where we had to shut down schools and go to e-learning. So this page kind of just highlights all the great work that our employees, our parents, our teachers, our students did during this crisis, and then all the kind of facts and figures, the 25 Wi-Fi school buses, the almost a million meals served, the 10,000 laptops handed out. So we thought adding that was important. If you skip ahead to the student achievement and curriculum section, we had a lengthy discussion about kind of, Kevin, why isn't grade level reading more prominent on this page if that's really our primary focus? So we made on this page grade level reading our #1 goal, and kind of how do you achieve that, and so on. So, and we also added on the curriculum side on page 10 a goal on e-learning. I think we learned a lot this past spring. Our curriculum team has done, and our IT team as well, have worked very hard to improve our e-learning Manatee, and it is ready to go come August. But obviously we want to keep making improvements to it. But there's also a point in that paragraph that I've heard from a lot of community members, some of our individual community donors who have said, Kevin, we really want to see you all kind of improve the equitable access to maybe Wi-Fi and the internet and to e-learning. So that's kind of an ongoing process, and I wanted to make sure that was part of the strategic goal, because we want to keep improving that to make sure that we're making that accessible to everybody. Again, if you kind of keep cruising through this, if you go to page 15 and 16, obviously the next subject that you all are talking about is something that may go on at Sugg Middle School. But this page I thought was important. It's always been on this page, energy management, which is essentially saying in a document that we're going to work to be more energy efficient and find ways. I know our new Associate Superintendent for Finance mentioned it at the last workshop, that we're going to continue to find ways to save money through energy savings and find ways to make this district more energy efficient when it comes to what we have now and what we're going to build in the future. And then I know Dr. Hopes had a few edits on the financial transparency, the capital planning page, so I made sure we made those, and I hopefully updated correctly the capital planning. It's not all of the 5-year capital plan, but it's just some of the kind of important highlights there that are going to happen. And then really what I think proud of or really excited about is page 19 and 20, which is our which, thanks to Reverend Golden, some additions here, our equitable recruitment and retention and our inclusive culture and engagement page. I think this is really the exciting part that we can accomplish in the next 2 school years. This is, the recruitment of more diverse staff, the diversity and inclusion initiatives that we're starting to work on now, that we're going to implement over the next 2 years, the more communication internally and externally, more engagement with the community, with parents. So really this is, I'm kind of excited about what's in this section.
Before you move on, Reverend Golden?
Oh, yes.
Ma'am, I just want to, when he finishes, that's all.
Oh, okay.
I'm almost done. We're doing a.
I appreciate it.
And then I think I would just end on the last 2 pages, the 29 and 30. I've been the person building what's called Smart Sheet, which is something you all approved. It's a software system. It's a project management software system that we're building that will track all our projects in the district. So a principal, for example, can go to their school dashboard and see every project that's going on their campus, IT, construction, maintenance, and know everything about that project. And so part of the Smart Sheets I'm going to put the strategic plan in Smart Sheets so that we can see and track most of these goals And so, obviously I'll be coming to you hopefully quarterly or whenever you want me to come, but obviously I'm going to be communicating to the public and to you all updates when it comes to what's in this plan. But then also on the last page, I kind of in the bullets there is kind of listing just kind of what if someone was to read this and say, well, what will the school district look like in 2 years from now? And if you read it, it kind of flows where, being an A school district, we'll be more technologically advanced, more energy efficient facilities, more diverse staff, so on and so forth. So it kind of lists, kind of summarizes and kind of gives a vision of where we want to be. And obviously we want to be the best. I think we're the best school district in Florida, but by numbers and stats, I think we obviously, that's our goal, and at the end of every school year. But that should be the goal of the strategic plan. So maybe I'll end there and start the discussion.
Yes. I just,
And again, this is Reverend, this is a draft. This is up for discussion. This is a working project. I can always come back and present edits and feedback, and we can continue working on this document. So thank you, Reverend.
thank you, Mr. Chapman. We discussed, and I appreciate, that recruitment and retention should be equitable.
Mm-hmm.
And we discussed culture and engagement should be inclusive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The whole tenor of this plan is investment.
Mm-hmm.
You put something in, you get something out.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like my fellow board members to consider that what drives all of this, the curriculum, the instruction, the meeting the student goal, what drives all of this are the employees of the district. That without the employees, we don't get any of this done. That's what makes a school system a school system. We are the board. And what I would like for us to consider is that with respect to all of the investing that we do, that there's something that we can start doing right now. And that is that we can invest in equitable recruitment and retention. We can invest in creating an inclusive culture and engagement. And I would like to see that start now.
Mm-hmm.
It may take some time to change the curriculum. It may take some time to build the technology that we want. But we can start today and affirm that our primary commitment is to make sure that this system that we are charged with being a board over will be more equitable and that it will be more inclusive. Mm-hmm. And so I'd like to move that from page 19 and 20 to become page 6 and 7. 7, 8 is the millage.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that the first thing that we want to talk about, at least for me, the first thing that we can do strategically right now is to affirm to the employees of this system that we are committed to being inclusive and equitable. The rest, we will work with and work on and use these people. That's what I wanted to say, Madam Chair. This is a great plan. I think it summarizes where we would like to be in 2022. I make no bones about it. I want to send a message to this community that the good old boy system is dead. That the way it used to be will never be again. That's not going to happen. We have a transformation that's taking place. And so I may not be able to get consensus about that, but I just think that what you say first is what people remember. Mm-hmm. What you say first, because you say that more often than you say anything else. Mm-hmm. And I just don't want this to be another part of the strategic plan. I want it to be the heart and soul, if you will, of where we go from here. When I look around and see how we are so unprepared to deal with what we're going to talk about in a little while, this health pandemic, when I look around and see all of the threats that we have to the system, where would we be if tomorrow morning all of the bus drivers said, I'm done? Where would we be if all of the teachers said, I'm done? And so I want to promise them that their well-being is our primary concern, because without them, we don't have a system. We may still have a board, but we don't have a school system. That's all I wanted to say, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Reverend. Thank you.
And I think the format is important. That's the point I'm making, that the format is important.
Okay, I just want to understand, you would like to move which page numbers to where?
I would like to move the page numbers where we are investing in our, what did we say, Chapman?
Employees and our employees.
Yeah, we,
Page 19 and 20.
yes, ma'am.
You would like them to be page,
Just before the investing in the students.
Okay.
Yeah, just before, wherever that page is, I think we start out saying investing in our students,
It would be
instead
like
of investing in our
7 and
students first. Whatever that, however you can rearrange that, I'm wanting the people to know, and the students to know, and the parents to know, and the community to know, all of which depend, that we are seriously committed to making our employees equitable and included.
I don't agree with that, because I believe our main function is to educate kids. And I think that the very first slide should be about educating our kids and our student achievement. Anywhere after that, you want to move those pages, I would be totally fine with that. But to me, I agree with Reverend Golden in that the very first thing shows that that's your most important thing. And to me, there's nothing more important than our students being able to read on grade level. There is nothing more important to me than our students being able to read on grade level. You can put anything after that in any order you want, and I really don't care, because they're all important to me, but nothing is more important to me than the student achievement. And so personally, I would not be in favor of anything other than putting grade level, graduation, early learning, all these things that are on the student achievement page that are so, 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 so important, the exact reason why we're here. I would not be in favor of doing anything other than making that the first thing, which is the first thing, and I think it's important. Otherwise, you can put them in any order that Reverend Golden would wish. I just would like, my request would be student achievement go first, because I think that is our absolutely most important thing.
You are a formidable chair. I believe I could have pushed this past hopes. I'm sure I could have. I could have got this past.
I don't think we get anything past hopes.
Oh, okay. All right. Maybe minor. Okay. I will concede that. I will concede that maybe this is 1 and 1A, with student achievement being number 1. But the way we do that is by investing in our employees. Because I'm like that guy. I'm not teaching anybody math.
Well, and I know we're gonna meet soon, Reverend. I think you'll see what we've already been doing. And I think once we communicate that to our employees, the work that's going to be done in this area, I think that will come across. That and of course results matter. So
I would accept that as a reasonable compromise, because my thinking is that teaching that has to be done by people who have confidence in the system. But by the same token, no matter how much we invest in them, if they don't give it all they've got, we're not going to have what we really are here for, which is to educate you. So it gets to be at that point, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? And so if that is satisfactory to you, I don't know how the others feel, they haven't weighed in, but I would certainly accept that being the very foundational way in which we do invest in our students. We give them the best teachers that we can. We give them the best employees that we can, and we give them the most diverse workforce that we can. So if that's where we are, then that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is excellent. I think it's wonderfully laid out. When do you think it will be final?
Well, that's up to the board. A goal is always to get it done before school starts, but a lot of this has already been, a lot of what's in the plan has already been started, just because of what the board has already approved. But I think, obviously, this is still a draft framework, and it's up to the board, and we'll see where this discussion goes. But we have time. We have. You all meet again Tuesday, you meet again the 28th, we have board meetings in August, so, if we could, it's up to you all, obviously, but obviously we could vote on it the 28th, I can bring back edits, or I can bring it back in August as well. But we want to get this done, hopefully by the beginning of school year.
Madam Chair, may I ask a couple other questions? The figures that are in here, but the budget that we had for 1920, or I guess 1920, the $850,709.46, or $709,468. Now, is that a firm figure?
I believe so. I think Mr. Bergeron can, by the time this went to print, it might have, because I know we have to submit that soon. So.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, how firm are these figures that we have in here?
Yes.
For us to go out and say, just anecdotally, how significant economic impact this district has in dollars. Our budget, for this past fiscal year was $850,709,468.
And before Mr. Bergeron speaks, these two pie charts were added because of feedback from our community strategic plan task force, who said, Kevin, we really don't know where, we want to better understand as a community where the school district's funds come from, and then where do they turn around and go back out. And so it's these pie charts are simply kind of a way to show where our funds come from, and then where we spend that revenue on.
What page is
that? On page 16.
Okay.
So then I'll let Mr. Bergeron. So I guess what I'm saying is the 850 million, I understand what you just said. Yes, it does show the economic impact this school district makes by a large scale into this community, but it's really about just giving a way for the community to understand all the sources of income, revenue, and then where those funds then go out.
May I ask one more question?
Sure.
Okay. Now, you have figures on the number of students, and we have 50,100 K through 12 students.
Well, we'll add the exact number there for the 1920 school year, which Mr. Bergeron just presented, which was, I think, 49 something. So we'll have the exact number there, but all the numbers on this page, on page 3, are from the last school year, 1920 school year, the school year that just ended.
Okay, now those include charter schools, or not?
Yes, and we can make that distinction there as well, just to help clarify that number. But that includes all students in Manatee County.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think the
Thank you,
sooner
Mr.
the
Mayor.
better the public knows this and appreciates the magnitude of the effort that goes into providing public education in Manatee County. So, thank you.
Dr. Hopes?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for a lot of work going into this. As the chair so eloquently put it, these first two sections, student achievement and curriculum instruction, are pretty much our core. That's why we're all here. And so I know we're going to be spending some time together, the superintendent, you and I, but this is the area where the strategy needs to be the most developed and concise, as well as what resources are needed to implement the strategy. You've got strategies in all the others. The real meat of this one is yet to come, And we are talking about the strategy that we're probably already implementing. But so I look forward to that being laid out in detail. And then throughout the document, it will be helpful for, at least for me, to understand how we're going to monitor the strategy to determine if it's working. And so, as you know, and I sent you other types of documents for other organizations where that kind of workbook, not for the general public, is there, that we can pull off the shelf and say, okay, so where are we in delivering the resources? You know, the strategy is supposed to put us at this place at this time, because, you know, this is 2 years. So real quick, we're going to need to know whether the strategy is working or not and how we need to change it. So, you know, what I'll be looking forward to when we meet is in these first two critical sections around the organization's core. What are those strategies, so that we can look at that strategy. We know that's the strategy. We can touch it. We can feel it. And we've got some sort of measurement along the course of implementing that strategy that lets us know it's working.
Yes.
And that we have given the superintendent the resources, whether it's, you know, authority, whether it's money, whether it's, you know, human capital, so that the strategy can be successfly implemented and followed.
Yeah,
So
no,
thank you.
It's a great point, because these figures on page 9, for example, are aggressive numbers. When I talked, again, when I talked to the curriculum and the superintendent and Ms. Yost, the deputy, these are very aggressive numbers, you know, 60% and you know.
Given the environment that we're going to
Especially.
have to enter the first quarter of this 2-year plan. And that's why it's so important to know how we're going to measure the effectiveness in the strategy. So if we need to get off of it and do something differently, we can do it. Because regardless of the business, too often a strategy is defined, and it may have been tested, it may not have been tested. And because that's the strategy that the board adopted, you're going to drive that strategy. This is a strategy. By God, they told us this is what we're going to do. They gave us the resources, and you keep pushing that strategy. It may not work. It doesn't always work. And so you need to know when the strategy is not working as planned, because oftentimes you got to get off that strategy. And you got to just admit that, hey, it's not working. This is how we were going to measure it. This is how we're measuring the progress towards these performance goals. Because what kills organizations is to develop a strategy and stay with the strategy regardless. Because they did not figure out how you're going to measure how well the strategy is working under the timetable that you've set forth. So that's why in these two sections it's critical, because as the chair mentioned, there is nothing more important in my mind as well than this district being the one district that finally conquers the disparity in grade level reading at the 3rd grade. So, thank you.
Very well taken. Thank you, sir.
Vice Chair Kennedy.
Thank you. Just a couple quick ones. Kevin, first, I want to thank you and the team for this long process it's been, and for meeting with me individually and taking my feedback and incorporating pieces of it. Board members, I just want to take you to page 9, and under goal 2 it says graduation, and that new second bullet point, that second bullet point is new. It was a suggestion that I gave to Mr. Chapman, and but the way I read them now, they're conflicting bullet points. The first one says
maintain, maybe the word conflicting.
yeah, like the first one says increase, and then the second one
I'll
says
change that.
maintain.
It's a good suggestion.
Right. So, and my feedback to Kevin was, you know, by saying we're going to increase 2% in the environment that you just mentioned, are we setting ourselves up for failure? So I just wanted to point that out, that we should probably choose one or the other, or somewhere in between.
Good.
On those two. The other thing too, board members, I challenge you to find a single child in this photograph who is smiling. There's one, but he or she is kind of hidden. So,
That's interesting.
yeah, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to belabor that point, but I know there's got to be something better, because these kids, this picture just does not strike me as a bunch of happy school children. It looks like a indoctrination camp.
The bad ones.
Yeah, and I think that was about it. A lot of the other stuff I sent in was just kind of little small edits, which many of which have been incorporated. And I had another one about goals, but Mr. Chapman sent me an email back to communicate the team's feelings about those ones, and I'm perfectly happy with that. So I appreciate the work and the opportunity to provide input.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Minor?
I'm wondering, under the financial transparency on page 16 in capital planning, if there's value in using some space to reflect the financial improvement of this school district during the last 6 or 8 years. At one time, back 8 years ago, we were tens of millions, maybe 50. We were really in the cellar in debt. And we don't have that anymore. We were way below what we were supposed to have sitting around. And I don't think many in our community appreciate the discipline that occurred during the interim, to change that totally around, to have a school district that is financially sound, has a great credit rating, has been applauded by the bond reviewers, to be a good credit risk. And I think that's important to the community. It's important in how they make decisions about trusting us to properly use our money. And there's just so much you can put into any pamphlet, but I think, I don't see anything along that line. I don't know if there's...
That's a good suggestion. I'll work on that. I think that's a great addition. I already have some ideas, I think, in my head, so
just,
that's a good,
Yeah.
good suggestion.
there's a lot of work that went
I
into...
see Mr. Bergeron writing, so I think he's gonna help me, so we'll figure that out.
Okay. Thank you.
While I appreciate how far we've come, I do want to make sure this is a plan for moving forward. But I do agree, the district has come really far, and if there's a way that we can say that without taking up a lot of space, because I think this should be about where we want to go.
Yeah.
I only have one question. My only question is,
Uh-oh,
how are we going to communicate this
yes, yes.
to our staff and to the community so that we have buy-in from everybody and everyone knows this is where we're going, this is our common language, this is what we're going to be doing, this is where everybody get on the ship, this is where we're going on a cruise, our cruise is this plan.
Yep.
Please get a ticket.
Yeah.
How are we going to do that?
I don't have the exact answer for you because I've been working very hard on this pandemic and communicating that and our reopening plans. Otherwise, I'd probably have it for you right here. But know that I have notes on my desk, I have thoughts, and I could probably, throw out some ideas with you right now. But know that it's obviously something that's very important because not only is it a goal in the strategic plan to better engage and communicate with our internal and external stakeholders, but that's what I need to do, and I know I'm going to personally be doing it around the county. The superintendent and I did a tour over the last year of presenting this draft in all its forms to all our stakeholders around the county, the Kiwanis, the chamber, all these groups. So I'll be doing that tour again with what you all approve. I'd like to go back and do a tour again of faculty meetings. Now, of course, these faculty meetings in August are probably going to be tied up with other important matters. But so it is finding a way to communicate this in a way that doesn't get in the way of other communication that's going on when it comes to masks and safety and everything that's going on. But I'm gonna, it's on my desk. I have a draft plan. It just needs to be tweaked because of what we're going on. But know that I'll come back to you and to the board and kind of present that. But obviously this will be it will be front and center on our website. It's going to have its own tab. But it's something that I know when I went around and spoke with employees, I realized that they were not engaged with this at all, and mostly probably because most of the leaders weren't even engaged with this. And if you just kind of look at this and the dust comes up. So lesson learned that this won't happen again. And it's also part of that engagement with our employees that I really want this something that we all can rally behind, we all get behind. Obviously, this is important for other matters. Obviously, school improvement plans, you need to follow the strategic plan. Each department's plans for the next school year will be after this strategic plan. So obviously, in a business setting, the structure will flow down, but then also just in a communication-wise and engagement-wise, everywhere we go, we need to speak of this and speak of its goals and the priorities in this. And then obviously its results, because this can all, maybe similar to what Dr. Hopes was saying, we can have a bunch of words in here, and maybe even what Reverend Golden was saying, but it's really about outcomes, results, and seeing the difference is another way of communicating the plan. So, like I just said, I just kind of rattled off some stuff, but it's finding a way to communicate this in the world we live in right now. But it will get done.
I appreciate that. You bring up the old one. Our past superintendent, when I would do her evaluation, I gave her poor evaluations because she didn't even use that. So it has to have buy-in from everyone, because this is how we move forward together. It cannot be a one-man job. As much as I like you, Mr. Chapman, it cannot be a one-man job. This has to be how we move forward together. So that's I want to make sure that we communicate that well, and that we make it real clear, like, listen, we're all going to be supported, we're all going to be a team, we're all going to do this together, and these are our goals together.
Yeah, and
I appreciate that.
I would mention too, just real quickly, piggybacks on Dr. Hopes' thoughts were, the action plans that are going to drive this are going to be something that's going to have to be on everybody's desk, especially in the SLT cabinet universe. So, especially on that curriculum side, because every day they need to be, or every week, those teams need to be looking and saying, okay, are we working towards the 60%? Are we working towards the graduation rate? What are the scores and all the things that we do to test and figure out where we are, assessments and things, and the data is what, so it's trying to changing the way we kind of, because of the, I'm not going to say failure, but I guess I said it, but because of the lack of not following this, you have to kind of start again of why a strategic plan is important and how that, it's the book that Dr. Hopes gave me on strategy. There's many, the themes in here are it's keep it simple, but it's also communication, and you've got to constantly be communicating and make sure that everybody understands what everybody's part is in this, and understand that these things have to be followed, especially these action plans to get to these goals. But
Thank you. And Reverend Golden, do you have a comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. The table of contents, I want to circle back to where we started with this discussion. The investing in the future, investing in our students, and then we have investing in our employees. But it would seem to me that investing in our students involves student achievement and curriculum, as the chair has rightly pointed out. But I still hold that investing in our human resources ought to be the very next thing that happens, which then takes safety and security, technology and innovation, energy management, financial transparency, and capital planning to be investing in our physical resources. And I'm just offering that up because I still think it's important that people matter. Our students who are people, they matter. Our employees who are people matter just as much. They go hand in glove. And if that's not offensive, that's one thing I would like to try to employ to get us more clear in our communication and more precise in terms of what matters much and what matters most. That's all, Madam Chair. Is there any, I know you were very vocal about speaking out before, about not putting this before students. And,
I stand by that. So
Oh, that's
I
fine.
trust that you will reorder that in any way that you find appropriate and bring it
Yes,
back
we'll,
before us.
we'll tackle it.
all right, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, is there anything else? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to just take a 5-minute restroom break, and then come back in well, I'll ask Mrs. Boyes to set a timer for 5 minutes, but it's just about 2:30. We've been here for about an hour and a half. If we can just take a 5-minute break, come back at 2:35 and begin with Ms. Drager and the SUG. Oh, it got switched around. Are we switching it around? It got switched around on my computer.
No, we should.
SUG?
It should be SUG. This
Okay.
next one.
Is that still fine? Okay, so we'll come back and do the SUG middle school replacement in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back to our workshop, and we will begin with or continue with SUG Middle School replacement, and this is the schematic design energy model. And it'll be presented by Miss Jane Drager. Come on down.
Who's making the presentation?
Miss Jane Drager.
I move we approve whatever she says.
Oh. We don't make any motions in a workshop.
Oh, I'm sorry. That workshop. See how excited I got?
Okay.
First of all, I want to thank you for having us here today to talk about the SUG Middle School energy options. Our team is going to be participating virtually. We have Steve Johnson, who is the Executive Vice President and Principal for Harvard Jolly Architects. I think he can say he's here. Are you there, Steve?
Hello, I'm here, yes. Thank you.
We have Emmett Van Aken, who's a Senior Associate for Harvard Jolly Architect. We have Lauren Ellis, who is the Managing Principal for TLC Engineering Solutions.
Good afternoon, all.
Lauren enlisted the help of Corey Dugan, who is the Principal and Peak Institute rep for TLC Engineering Solutions. That is a division of TLC that's located in Nashville, where my daughter is doing her clinical fellowship at the VA hospital. TLC's Peak Institute specializes in building technologies to enhance building occupant health and productivity, making buildings smarter to operate, researching new technologies, accurately modeling new building systems, and evaluating building energy. So on our team throughout this process, Corey was kind of our expert go-to person. Nathan Carr is a project executive for Willis Smith Construction. Robbie Gronbach is the director of pre-construction at Willis Smith Construction. And Reggie Goff, who is our project director, couldn't be here today. I wanted to first recap our objectives at the board meeting on March 10th. We added some language at the request of Mr. Minor that said a building EUI, which is the energy use intensity, which is the energy used per square foot per year of a building. We wanted that number to be 25 or less, and we had some air tightness requirements as well. And then energy and cost models were going to be brought back to you, and so here we are today. Just a little bit of history about what we did to accomplish this task is, first of all, we obtained and calibrated the utility history for Mona Jane Middle School to really understand where we are with that prototype. We completed energy modeling exercises. We determined which systems utilize the most energy so we can focus our efforts there. We reviewed each building envelope component in detail, the glass, the roof, the walls, to determine how each of those elements played a role in air tightness and building efficiency. So for example, daylighting is required by code. It's good for kids to have daylight. It's good for people to work in an area that's lit with daylighting. But in Florida, windows have 10 times the heat loss compared to walls. So it's a delicate balance. Some benchmarks that I wanted to share with you before we get into the technical aspects for EUI are this. The national EUI average on public school buildings is 75. The regional American Institute of Architects 2030 Challenge design projects in similar climate zones to ours is 65 EUI. And this challenge is a very ambitious, progressive industry movement to have all buildings be net zero by 2030. So the projects reported here are typically very efficient buildings. We determined that the EUI for Mona Jane Middle School by completing a series of air infiltration tests on June 24th and 25th. And the good news is the actual EUI of Mona Jane Middle School is 55. That is far less than the national average and significantly less than those reported in the AIA 2030 Challenge. So we're starting with a very solid prototype. So from there, we left nothing as sacred and we looked at everything, and we also discovered that there's nothing like this in the state of Florida. So if you all opt to go this route, we'll be pioneers. The next steps, we were reviewing the options, we would price the options and present them to you today. So with that, I will turn it over to Lauren, and I'm not sure how we'll advance the slides. Lauren, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm waiting for it. Okay, if we can go to the next slide. I guess the easiest may be just to ask that the slides be advanced and work it that way.
Okay, they're gonna control them from the control room.
So next slide.
Okay. And you could go to the next slide.
Are they listening?
Well, if you go to page 2 of your handout, I did go through the recap of our objectives, where we are with the Mona Jane baseline. So we're really now on page 3,
Getting to 20.
how to get to the 25 EUI.
All right. Go ahead. Just tell them to go ahead.
Yeah, just, you can talk.
So Lauren, they have their hard copy in front of them.
Okay.
And we're on page 3. So
Okay.
while we're getting our technical presentation up, you can go ahead and get started and talk to us about how we were planning to get to 25 EUI.
Okay, we'll do that. Thanks, Jane. And thanks for the opportunity to be before you today. So as Jane mentioned, we started with the Mona Jane prototype, and this is basically the process that we took. We got the utility bills, we calibrated Mona Jane with the energy bills, and then we took and reoriented it on the SUG site to match the conditions where they are. From there, we began an envelope analysis, which included, as Jane mentioned, glass, the wall insulation, the roof insulation, to begin a load reduction strategy. Then we looked at the HVAC systems and what can we do there for further energy reduction. And then we put some packaged options together and worked our way down to reduced EUIs. And in the final step, applied renewable energy as needed to get us to an EUI of 25. So next slide, please. Or next page, I'll take it back. So this is a recap of what Jane was speaking about. This is the AIA 2030 Challenge Design Exchange data. This shows K-12 schools in similar climate zones. If you look at the horizontal axis, you're going to see that's gross square footage. And if you look at the vertical axis, that is the projected EUI. The blue star is where Mona Jane currently sits right now. And the arrow shows the reduction getting to 25. So we're roughly starting at 55. We're already 15% better than average. So that's actually a good starting point. If you want to go to the next page. So with the envelope requirement, we started by saying, let's get a blower door test on the existing campus and see what we actually have in terms of an envelope, because we are already in this point in time investigating envelope options. Well, that building has a fluidified vapor barrier that acts a lot like dipping it in a rubber shield. So it was already inherently very airtight. As Jane mentioned, the goal was 0.25. The blower door test showed the existing building at a 0.1 CFM per square foot leakage. That's 40% of the goal. So we're already well below the envelope leakage. And if you want to move to the next page, in order to get a better idea of exactly the climatic conditions we're in, rather than just using a weather file that would be found in what we'll call a meteorological database, which in this area, Sarasota, Bradenton, we actually found some meteorological information that's much closer to the SUG site. And we use that information. This is kind of a synopsis of what that represents in terms of hours per year and temperature ranges. So we actually use more localized data to help us find and refine our model and move it forward. The next page is basically the measured data. The blue line is measured data from Dr. Mona Jane. That came from the utility bills. The orange line is the modeled line. There are a few discrepancies, but overall, we're within little less than 5% of the annual energy projection. So we feel like the model's pretty close. It gives us a pretty good idea that we're starting off with something that we can work with that's fairly accurate. The next page is a graphic. It's a pie chart representation of where all of that energy is flowing. And if you look at it, over 60% of the energy consumption is going to space heating and cooling and to surface water heating. So the first thing we want to do is start targeting load reductions with the envelope, with the lighting, everything that we could do to reduce the size of the HVAC equipment, and immediately we began to start seeing reductions. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in general, but that's where we start. We start with the envelope, we reduce the loads that we can, and then we move forward to the mechanical systems where the energy consumption is taking place. But this pie chart gives you a real good idea of where all of that energy is flowing. So on the next page, this was kind of a brainstorming approach that we took. We looked at different envelope configurations. We looked at different mechanical systems, energy recovery, waste heat recovery from mechanical equipment, envelope improvements, including insulated concrete forms, insulated glazing, and then photovoltaics. What we decided ultimately was to move away from the ICF. That's something that they're using in Neo City, but we've already had an envelope that's inherently very airtight, and the ICF gives you some of that advantage, but it's more costly in terms of construction, specifically structural. So when we saw that we didn't need that, we kind of moved away from the ICF, but we kept exploring these other options. So if you look at the next page, we started with glass. Glass is about the weakest link in an envelope, mainly because it doesn't really offer much resistance to flow. You'll see underneath there's what's got a U value. That's basically a resistance to heat flow. And below that is called a solar heat gain coefficient. That's a resistance to direct sunlight into a space and re-radiating heat energy. So we started with the prototype from Mona Jane. You see it has a U value of 0.96 and a solar heat gain solar heat gain coefficient of 0.4. It's what we'll call monolithic glass. It is essentially laminated glazing, so it's for all intent and purposes, a single layer. So we began looking at reduced solar heat gain coefficients on the monolithic and moved our way into insulated glazing, which has an airspace between two sets of laminated glazing. And the airspace gives us a little bit more of a break in terms of conducted heat. So you can see that the U value drops considerably from near 1 to 0.4. And then we looked at reducing solar heat gain coefficients and what that represents. So what you'll see is a blue line that basically takes you from tonnage, which is on the right-hand vertical axis, down as we move through the various glazing types at the load reduction. Well, we ultimately settled based on costs and benefit with roughly a U value of 0.4 and a solar heat gain coefficient of 0.25. So we're looking at insulated glazing for this model. On the next page, we're looking at the envelope. So we start with the envelope with nominally an R15.4 insulation. And we began to say, what if we start with a 10? Let's go with our 15.4. Then we look at a 20, increasing the insulation a little bit, and then out to a 25. Well, if you look at the load reduction that we talked about previously, that really only gets us a few tons. It's not targeting that load reduction the way we really want it in terms of cost. So we said the prototype is pretty good glazing. Let's stick kind of in that range, and we'll keep that because we're not getting a lot of benefit by going further insulation thickness. The next slide is addressing the same condition with the roof. We already have an R20 roof. We've compared 15, 25, and 30 against the existing R20 roof. And it's the same realization that we're not getting as much load reduction for the costs associated with increasing that insulation value in the roof. And this is pretty typical in Florida because we're a fairly moderate semi-tropical climate zone down in this area. We don't have a lot of high temperature differences. So all this the increased envelope, the insulation in both the envelope and the roof, we don't gain as much benefit from that. So we pretty much showed that we've got an envelope optimized where we want it. Now, we did go with the insulated glazing, but we pretty much stayed with our roof deck and our walls. Next slide. We took all of these approaches, including changing the mechanical equipment and systems around for energy reductions, and we started with our nominal 54 EUI. And then we began to incrementally implement these strategies to reduce the EUI, going from adding energy recovery ventilators, reducing kitchen makeup air, moving to water-cooled chillers, condenser heat recovery off of those chillers for heating hot water and processed water, upgraded envelope, which is primarily the glazing, and came up with an overall enhanced package we call Option A. And if you look at the top, you can basically see the incremental reductions in terms of where we start with the total tons, where we're starting with an EUI, and where we land by applying these specific energy conservation measures. So this package of options took us from about 54 to 36, which is a pretty good reduction just by looking at equipment and envelope. In the next slide, we show a more advanced option. We want to go to that slide. We changed mechanical systems up fairly radically and went to what we'll call active chill beams. Uses much less energy. There's some other benefits we can talk about at active chill beams, but it was able to reduce the number of air handlers, reduce the footprint of some of those mechanical rooms. You can gain that back in other usage in the school. So it actually gives you a benefit of giving you space back. That was a 19% reduction right off the top, just using chill beams in the classroom wings. And then we considered again the same options before: energy recovery ventilators, reduced kitchen makeup air, water-cooled chillers with condenser heat recovery, and the upgraded envelope. Those incremental steps got us down to an EUI of roughly 27. At this point in time, we're pretty close by not changing anything but the systems in the envelope and getting to that EUI of 25. So it further reduces us from having to consider renewables, and there are reasons to use them and not to use them, but this is a pretty good reduction doing nothing but changing systems and envelope approach. Now, the next page here gives you an idea of enhanced package A. We got to an EUI of about 36. To get to 25, we need to add about 310 kW of photovoltaic as part of renewable energy. We took this one step further because we thought the board might be interested in seeing, and said, what does it take for us to get from that 25 all the way to net zero? That was an additional 708 kilowatts. So we'll show some consolidated numbers that give you an idea of what it takes to do those things incrementally. Second thing we did is looked at enhanced package B. We're already starting at a considerably reduced EUI of 27, and we've reduced it 9 further than we did with option A. So it only takes about 57 kW of solar or photovoltaics to get us down to the 25 goal. So that's quite a bit less than 310. And then again, it's the same range to get to net zero. It's 708 kilowatts. So this gives you an idea of how those options move forward with reaching the 25 goal and potentially net zero. Now, if we want to advance to the next slide, I'm going to turn this over to Nathan Carr, because Willis Smith did a lot of this pricing. We helped them with some of the paybacks, but Nathan can address how these options are laid out and specifically how we put these numbers together by going through and having subcontractors evaluate the costs.
So we put this slide together, we did a dry run with the superintendent on Monday, and we wanted to make sure that we had priced all of the options as if you were gonna just pick one at a time, or if you wanted to group them together. And then we asked, what is the payback in years on that, so that we could do our best to give you comprehensive data so you could look at decision makings. And with that, we'll let Nate explain how he did this.
Thanks, Jane. All right, so starting with the very top line, we got the baseline prototype. It has the EUI of 54, 55. That's basically Mona Jane brought to the SUG site. So that includes the demolition of the old building, that includes the site configuration, the courts, the fields, everything we have at SUG. That's all included. That comes to the $50,300,000 estimate for that baseline prototype. With that baseline prototype, you'll spend about $215,000 a year between electric and gas, your consumption. So then the next two items we have are the mechanical options 2A and 2B that take you to more sophisticated, higher efficiency systems. The 2A takes you to the EUI of 36. The 2B takes you to the EUI of 27, which is right on the cusp of getting to the 25 EUI that is the target without any photovoltaic. So then your next column over, what does it cost to get to those two models? So mechanical option 2A costs an additional $2.258 million, and it reduces our electric consumption and gas consumption to a net of $153,000 per year. You divide those out, you just simply divide those, and you get a 37-year payback period. Go to 2B, that is right on the cusp of the 25 EUI, that costs $3.4 million, brings our energy consumption down further to $122,000, and it has virtually the same total payback period at 37. The next four are the different solar options. And we priced those separately because you could add any one of those to your baseline model, or you could add them to option 2A and 2B. So just pricing them as freestanding options, solar option A is 310 kilowatts. That brings your total EUI. You use your base prototype building, so the same exact mechanical equipment that's in Mona Jane, all equipment that your maintenance staff is very used to working on. That gives you an EUI of 43, and it costs you $1.2 million. Brings your energy consumption down to 189,000, payback period of 47 years. Option 3B is 57 kilowatts. That only brings your EUI down a little bit to 52. And you see the total cost and consumption there with the payback period of 50 years. Now, the next two are options that you might want to consider because you use your baseline prototype with the same equipment you're used to. You add either of the two large photovoltaic systems, and you get option 4A gets you below your EUI goal, so it gets you down to an EUI of 18 for a cost of $3.6 million and an estimated utility bill per year of $131,000. That gives you a 43-year payback period. And solar option 4B actually gets you to the same EUI of 27, and that comes at a cost of $2.7 million with a 43-year payback period. Now, if you put option 2B and 3B together, we've got two different ways to get to the exact target of 25. We can take the more sophisticated mechanical system, which one thing we want to point out to you is very pandemic friendly because it has a lot less air circulation between separate spaces. So that is something we thought might be very attractive to you. So that way of getting to the EUI of 25 is more pandemic friendly. It comes at a combined cost of $3.7 million, brings your total annual energy to 117,000, 38-year payback period. The other way of getting there is 2A plus 3A, so that's your still more sophisticated system, but not the most sophisticated mechanical equipment. And it uses a little bit bigger photovoltaic system, a little bit more solar panels. That still gets us to the EUI of 25. One benefit there is it's very familiar equipment to your maintenance staff. That comes at a little less cost up front, but a slightly higher annual consumption and gives you a payback period of just under 40 years. And then the next two are kind of the ultimate choices were you to make them. They take you to a net zero consumption. If I were sitting in your shoes, I would be wondering, well, why is there any consumption cost over here at all if I'm net zero? And there's two answers to that. One is with FPL, you have what's called a demand charge, where they charge you based on the maximum amount of demand that their equipment could supply you. And in your case, that's set to something like $6,000 a month. For your existing size equipment, it would actually come down a little bit, with the more sophisticated, the 2B mechanical system. That's why this number is a little bit less, because that maximum demand would come down simply because you have smaller chillers. That comes at a total upfront cost of $6.1 million as a 39-year payback period. The other way of getting there with the less sophisticated, more familiar equipment and a little bit bigger photovoltaic system comes in at just under $6 million, not $5.9 million, $70,000 a year of consumption, and still virtually identical payback period at 40 years. So that's, I know that's a lot of math on there. I hope I explained it in an easy to understand way. But if you guys have any questions or you want me to run back through any part of that, I'm ready to do that.
Dr. Hopes?
Well, gentlemen, that's a tremendous amount of work that you did to figure out how to make an older building design more efficient. I guess my question is that we had already discussed that we most likely are going to have to build another middle school in the next 5 to 10 years in the northeast part of the county, and that given the fees, this was an opportunity to design a middle school for Manatee County that met a number of the efficiency targets, renewable energy issues that some board members made, set forth. So how does this compare to designing a new middle school building for the next decade, as opposed to trying to make a building that's at least, the design's what, over 10 years old? It's been built 3 or 4 times, maybe 20 years?
Well, the Mona Jane building was for us. It had our mechanical systems.
No, I understand, but the design of it, was based on another design that was built 2 other times in 2 other school districts, according to the contracts that I saw from Harvard Jolly.
Yes.
Okay,
but not all of them
I
have a
don't want an argument. I just want to know why, or what the cost difference would be if we built a building that did not have, let's say, an atrium that goes the whole depth of the building with all that volume that has to be heated and cooled. That's my only question, because I guess what I was expecting is a building that's designed for the superintendent's academic plan, that met Mr. Minor's efficiency criteria, incorporated renewable energy that Mr. Kennedy was interested in, and Harvard Jolly agreed that we would own the design and we would be building it for the next couple of times that we needed to build a middle school. That's all. I was kind of, I appreciate this exercise. I was expecting an idea of how to build a more modern design, not making Mona Jane more efficient. That's all.
Chair Messenger, can I ask a question? I believe the board already approved the architect to move forward with the design of Mona Jane on the Sugg property. Had the board already authorized that? Ms. Boyce? Yes?
I believe that is what was approved.
So I think the board already authorized that. So when, and we're having to go back. So then I believe after that, Mr. Minor asked for it to have a net zero or the 25 BUI rating so that it would be efficient, and the board approved that dialogue and action. So she was supposed to come back with that. If the board wants a new design with that expectation, they can move forward with that as well. But I do believe those 2 things were board approved. And I will need Ms. Boyce to verify that.
I'm sure that's what was put before us, but the discussions had everything, at least my discussions, and I'm only one board member, had everything to do with the fact that the architectural fees were the same as if we were going to have them design a brand new building. And I, for one, at least thought that since we're gonna have to build another one, you know, that there are more efficient designs for schools. But look, if we're going to go down this path, look, you know, I'm okay with it. I just, that was not my, I knew we were designing, I knew we approved a replacement for Suggs. At least from my conversations were, if we're gonna pay the same amount of architectural fees as if we were designing a brand new building that we would own the design, that, why not do that? But, you know.
I believe at the time, there was discussion of that. I think I agreed with you. I do not think that's how the board decided to move forward.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Let's
Good
move-
work.
I will say that we did look at making that enclosed courtyard not, which means that all of the interior walls now were exterior walls. So now we had an added expense and inefficiency of additional square feet of exterior walls. And fireproofing the courtyard area, and whether or not it would be a roofed area or if we would just have covered walkways in that area. Our team did analyze that as part of this. We'd also talked about spreading it apart, the pieces of the prototype apart to have a bigger courtyard. SUG is a site that doesn't allow us to do that, especially because we're trying to build on a very small footprint while the old school is there. So we did actually look into all of those options. There was nothing sacred.
I don't get the impression that anything that he's saying is knocking the work that you have done and the
No,
work
not
that,
at all.
what everybody has done. I think he's just wishes we went down a different path, and I agree with him, but that's already been discussed, so.
Next time.
Vice Chair Kennedy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing that Dr., I mean, I think it does sound like a good idea that this horse is kind of out of the barn, but I think it's a great idea for when we do build the next middle school or high school, whatever it's gonna be, in northeast part of the county. You guys online, I have two questions. Really, I have one observation, and then Nate, I'm gonna come to you for a question. I just wanna make sure I'm seeing this right. On page, it looks like it's page 4, if I don't count the cover, but it's about the CFM measurement at Mona Jane Middle. We approved, designed, and built Mona Jane well before this board had any conversations about CFM measurements, and is my memory correct on that? I just want to be clear. So I want to just focus on that we had not even had these energy efficiency discussions, and Mona Jane is already well under one of those targets that Mr. Minor brought to us and was approved. So I think that's notable. That just jumped out at me during the presentation. My question about, and I think I know the answer, Nate, but since you put this sheet together, and I appreciate you already answering the question I had, which was, if we're net zero, why is there a charge for utilities? And I think we've talked about this previously, but I'm just assuming that, are we required by law to be connected to the grid, even if it's a net zero school?
Even in California, you have to.
Okay.
Yeah, and you would want to be.
Shuts down, you have no
Start
solar
day,
power.
you
You
would
know it's
need
your solar power.
electricity from FPL.
I'm sorry, Nate, say that again, please.
You would want to be. You're net zero. That doesn't mean you're zero every day or every minute. So during the day, when it's bright and sunny, you're creating more juice than you're using. At night, when it's dark, you're still running your chillers a little bit to maintain, not the same temperature you maintain during the day, but let's say 78 or 80 degrees, you're still running those chillers at night. There's no electricity to power that. So yeah, you've got to be connected to FPL.
Okay, good, thank you.
And on those utilities, we also added increased cost for gas if we convert some of the kitchen equipment to gas and induction.
Okay. At the EUI, not sure if I may, our EUI target was
25.
25, and we're at 54 now with the current design. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Reverend Golden.
Yes, ma'am. You said the EUI is at 55, 54,
Yeah, 54 and change.
and we were trying to get to 25. that correct, with this exercise? Okay, when I look at the last page with all of these options that are there, the one that gets us to net 25 are options 2B and 3B, options 2A and 3A. And then the net zero, obviously, is option 2B and 4B, 2B or not 2B, 2B and 4B, and then 2A and 4A. So we have 4 options that get us to the stated objective. But now,
Golden, there's actually 5, because there's one that's at 18, about the middle of the list.
oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. So we have 5 of them. But notwithstanding that, all of them begin with the baseline prototype estimate construction of $50,300,000.
Right.
Now, as it relates to the prototype, the baseline, that's not an estimate, that's a hard figure.
That is the current, yes, that's the
Okay.
current construction.
And that's where I want to begin my question. If we're talking about total estimate construction costs today, I think we just got a presentation, I don't remember who did it, somebody, was it
Bergeron.
Mr. Bergeron? Yeah, he's been here 2 weeks causing all kind of trouble. It's just, I don't understand that. But he was saying that we are not building into, or we had not been building into, the increased construction costs as we move forward. Is it fair to say that if we build in, and I can't remember, Mr. Bergeron, was it 7%? I think it was 7%. I'm getting a little older, so my memory that fails me from time to time. But he was saying that starting from today, we're dealing with a 7% per year increase with respect to this prototype, this imaginary prototype school. Well, it seems to me that that would skew, or maybe I ought to ask, if the additional design costs that are listed here.
The additional design costs are in these numbers.
But my question is,
The escalation is in these.
okay, so the
When
escalation.
we brought before you the contracts for the design and construction of this new prototype, we had that as part of that increase.
Okay, so,
Am I right, Nate?
so the escalation
Jane,
is in there.
the 50,300,000 is based on bidding it out by the end of the year and creating the GMP. So yes, the escalation from when Mona Jane was bid out to the end of this year is baked into that 50,300,000. And that is within your budget.
All right. Now, looking at all of the other options that don't get us to the net 25, all of them are less than the 54, 55, whatever it is that Mona Jane is. But I'm looking at this sheet and the payback period for all of this. Am I right? There's not one that's under 35 years.
Correct.
We have a very low cost of use from Florida Power and Light, and that's why we've said getting to the financial aspect of solar being beneficial for us and still having to have that minimum demand, it's difficult. But it's really more, if that's the direction that you all wish to go in renewables, maybe it's not really about just the finances of it.
There's one more thing I'd like to interject on that, Jane. At comparing you all as a school district to other users, if you were a for-profit entity, you would get 1/3 of the solar costs back from the federal government on your taxes. You would also be able to take advantage of accelerated depreciation. You guys are a school board, accelerated depreciation doesn't help you. You're not paying taxes either way, so depreciating faster doesn't reduce your profits. You can't take advantage of any tax credits, income tax credits from the government. So this same system installed on Tropicana's roof would have a lower cost and a much shorter payback period.
So my question is, what would be the rationale, given the fact that just the way we do it now, would be a 7% increase on the 50,300,000 going forward. And sooner or later, we're gonna have a discussion about whether we should borrow money to do that. What is the rationale for not only incurring that expense, but incurring or seeking a reduction in utility costs that will take us, okay, I know how I want to ask this. It's going to take us 35 years to realize that. What then does that make the net present value of the change, of the cost of the change, the real net present value? This is a total of, I'll just pick one. This is a total of, for option A, 2A, and 3A, this is a total of $127,787 over 40 years. What is the value of that today? If we're going to compare apples and apples, to me, I want to know what is the value of that right now, because I'll get that back over 39 years. But what am I really depriving myself of today by making the change to get that back? Can anybody answer that? I'm not Mr. Bergeron is the financial person. Am I talking net present value here? What is it? Yeah, I'm sorry, not net present value. I apologize, you're right. It's not the time value. It's the time value of money, not the net present value. So what is the time value of the money that I'm saving here over 40 years? And just for that example, it takes me 40 years to come to $127,000 time value. Do you understand what I'm asking? I mean, I don't want to be esoteric here.
The idea is that it's the difference between what your utilities would be if you built it exactly the way we built it, which would be $215,000 a year, minus whichever option you picked. So in the case of option 2A, it would be $215,000 minus $153,000 per year over that payback time.
That I would be saving.
That you would be saving. And then you'd have to do that for each option or group of options.
I understand, but we're only going to do one. And it just seems all of them are about 40 years. And I just kind of wonder whether that exercise, in terms of, well, maybe I'll ask Mr. Bergeron, is that a legitimate exercise of fiscal responsibility, the time value of money? I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I heard that.
Or another way to phrase it, I guess, is opportunity cost. So if we took, $50,300,000 and invested it over the average return on here, what would that lost opportunity for investment return be? Mm-hmm. And that could be calculated, certainly. Right?
And that's not factored into this.
I do not.
This is just a payback period of the additional capital expenditure for construction.
That's what it sounds like.
Right, and
That's all.
And there are some other ways that you can do better by that, like borrowing the money now to cut down on not the time opportunity of cost, but to cut down on the construction cost spread out over that 7% period of time. All right, I think I'm just trying to figure out where are we trying to go from here. That maybe that's the only question that I do here. Where are we trying to go from here?
And that's why the next steps, once we understand what your desires are, we will move forward with the design development with that, and we will come back to you with those designs and those prices.
That was a rhetorical question, because I thought that the real impetus for this whole exercise has now been found to not be valid. That what's that other number? The KM. These numbers, they just get to me. What do you call it? The measurements. The 20, not the 25, but the goal of 25 CFM per is already at Which number, I'm sorry, that's my last question. Which is the better number to help us to do policy planning and fiscal planning for construction? Getting to the 25 EUI or having a goal of 0.25 CF, or is that the same thing?
That's the same thing. The energy use consumption is actually it equates to the energy used per square foot per year. The air tightness is 0.25 cubic feet per minute per square foot or less.
Which is most useful and most helpful? The air tightness, which is already at 0.10%. I mean, if we go ahead and do this, let's all vote to do this today. We're going to build buildings down to 25 TBU, whatever. We're going to do that. And what will that take us with our CFM? Will that take it from 0.10 down to 0.001? I mean, why are we, from a fiscal standpoint, from a financial
Jane, this is
standpoint?
Nate. Could I interject something here?
Go ahead, Nate.
Reverend Golden, the one that directly translates into the cost is the energy use index. That's the only number that directly translates into the cost. As you bring that number down, your cost comes down, period. Those are directly proportional.
For building, for construction.
Your construction
Of the
cost
structure,
goes
right.
up, your energy use goes
Air
up.
tightness is simply one of those factors, one of many factors that determine ultimately what your energy use index is. If you tighten your building, you can reduce your energy use index. But if you somehow got a building that didn't leak any air, that would not take your energy use index to zero, that would lower it just a little bit more. It's already pretty tight. You could lower it at most a little bit more. You could not, simply by tightening the building up to a complete seal, you could never get to zero energy use and $0. It's just one of the factors, one that was called out contractually upon us. So we went to testimony to Jane so we would know what the baseline was and found out it was really better than anybody expected. But it's just one of a slew of factors that feed into ultimately how much energy that building consumes in a year. That energy use index turns that into a model and into something that can be compared across multiple buildings.
Maybe the problem that I'm really having is that we serve a school system that uses buses, that have been using buses for 40 years. Using buses for 40 years, 40 years ago, gas was 29 cents a gallon. Now gas is $4.90 a gallon. We still use buses, and guess what? We still pay for the gas. So I'm trying to figure out, why am I trying to save unspent money, not related to construction, but related to operations, when in fact, 40 years from now, Florida Power and Light might be out of business. We might have a little quarter-size something that furnishes energy for everything in the city. I don't know. This to me requires me to make a decision for operational purposes 40 years from now, based on the construction costs that are on me now that are rising at 7% a year. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair to me to have to make that kind of decision based on what may be the operational cost. That's just me. I'm just, especially since the school that we use as our prototype is at 10% air tightness. I mean, what are we looking for here?
It's a much more efficient building than even we had
Okay,
thought. We
so I
thought
tell
it
you
was
what,
gonna be closer
bring
to
me back a study that shows how we can have everything we build in the future at 5% air tightness. I'm just saying, why not 5% air tightness?
We were tasked with getting to the parameters set forth at, I believe it was Neo City, Mr. Marner, and reducing our energy footprint.
The board approved those parameters. You're right. Those are the parameters that the board gave to
to
them.
the study?
Yes, the
Okay.
board approves those. They are just fulfilling what the board had
Okay.
told them to do.
And now we have to act on what they have brought to us.
I believe your
Yes.
sentiments on the day that we voted was not one penny more, if I want to directly quote you.
You are just, this is just too much for me. Did I say that, Mr. Boyce? That-
I could play back the video.
No, don't do that.
I could find it right now.
No, that's all
I
right.
promise you.
And Chair Messenger, Ms. Boyce was so gracious to pull up all the board meetings that I asked to send. We don't have to do another thing regarding this building, and we can move forward as it is. This was a task that Mr. Minor really thought that we needed to look at to see how we could get there. Jane and her department went with the architects and so forth, brought back that task. The best option, if you're asking me to achieve what Mr. Minor wanted you to achieve, is the net 25, which is pandemic friendly, but it will cost you an additional 3.7, give or take, $million. So the board has to decide, do we want to spend $3.7 million extra today that might not be an equivalent return on your investment in terms of a monetary situation for years to come, but it's more of an eco-friendly footprint. And that's really what you're going to get from this investment. You will get money back, maybe in time, the 3.7 million, but it really is a more green, established, eco-friendly building than what we have. What we have isn't bad. If you don't want to add additional dollars to this footprint, then maybe the expectation of the board should be, as Dr. Hope suggested, when we go to the next new ground-up design, we start from the ground up with that expectation in place and look for a whole completely different footprint.
Then let me end my comments by.
We just need to know which one you guys want, so she'll know what to do.
Then
And then we
let
can
me
move on
say-
to the next agenda.
I thank Mr. Minor, Attorney Minor, for taking all of the guesswork out of this, because now we have some concrete figures that we can use as we plan for the next school. And if you're saying that it takes $3.7 million, then I will start by saying not a penny more for this school, but certainly we ought to try to be pandemic friendly with the next one.
Okay, Dr. Hopes, you were next on the list.
So, Mr. Director, I want to compliment you and Harvard Jolly and Willis Smith and the other firm, because this is the type of decision analysis that makes it easier for us to help you. And this was an exceptional exercise, and I really appreciate it, because it's all here. The majority of the board made a decision to build Mona Jane on the Sugg site. You took the board's motion with regards to energy targets, and you did an exceptional job in laying out a decision analysis for us, and I really appreciate it. To weigh in with Reverend Goldman, from my perspective, we've got a pretty efficient building. It's beautiful. I love the Esplanade. I really wouldn't want to change it, because I think it's a great effect for the students and the faculty that work there. But for $3.7 million, we can complete the funding to build the whole MTC aviation campus at the airport. And that's the way I look at it. And I think we move ahead. And the next go-round, we make a decision about what we want the architects to design and what our goals and objectives are. But for this, we made a decision to stick with this design, because we need to replace Suggs. We don't need to spend another 6 months or a year trying to design the best building in Florida. We can do that the next time, because we probably have about 5 years to work on that. So Madam Chair, I'm great to move ahead with what we've got on our baseline prototype, unless there is a maintenance reason to do something different mechanically. And I understand the value of replicating it because our construction department's familiar with it, the architect's familiar with it, the contractor's familiar with it, our maintenance department's familiar with it. We have interchangeable parts, and so I think you've laid it out for us. I appreciate it, and thank you, Madam Superintendent. It makes it easier for me.
One thing that we didn't mention in this is that we typically see when we replace schools that we build a 30 to 40% more efficient building than we tore down. That happened when we replaced Bayshore Elementary, Prine Elementary, Miller Elementary, several other schools in the county. So Palmetto Elementary, that will already be a savings to the district in terms of energy costs. When we renovate a facility, when we do a major comprehensive HVAC renovation, we save between 20 and 28%. So once we go and really comprehensively address our facilities, they are a lot more efficient than they were, but certainly they could be more efficient if that's the will of the board.
I wish you would have said that when we were talking about WIT. That's another story.
Vice Chair Kennedy?
No, I'm good. You can take me off.
Okay.
Actually, Madam Chair, if I could, I'll finish with this. This has really been an interesting, very educational process for me personally. It really is a shame, though, that we are here now making a decision. We clearly have a board majority that wants to just go ahead with the baseline. But it's a shame that in the Sunshine State, nonprofits in Florida really cannot benefit from our natural resources here. So, and maybe when we take a second look back at it, maybe we go for an EUI of 50 instead of 25. I don't know. But clearly, I think it looks like we're at the place where we're going to have to revisit this on the next new construction project. And I think all you guys on the phone, and Jane, you and your team, I know this has been a long and arduous conversation and process, but I appreciate all the research and the presentation.
Do you want to talk?
Yeah.
Mr. Minor?
Computer's over on the other side. You can't reach it.
Okay, I think we've all learned something from this. One thing that we haven't learned from this is, gauging the cost of not doing it. Not doing it in terms of not just the conservation of having clean energy as opposed to FBL energy, which is not all clean energy all the time, but also, the benefits that Neo City is realizing right now in terms of the energy that is obtained, from their solar panels that is sold back, to the energy company, which has reduced significantly the payback and reduced significantly the years for benefiting from having that type of school. I haven't heard any discussion, from our friends online, I don't know if they're still on or not, of their examination of how successful Neo City has been in building their school up there and how it is making money for them right now. And we have some figures about, okay, it's going to cost all this money for putting it in, and gee whiz, estimate of payback. I haven't seen the breakdown and the pay benefit figures as compared with how they're successfully doing it in Neo City. So we're not voting on this right now, but I think before we do vote, at a meeting, that we should have that information available, for us to form a totally informed opinion. It's not just green-wise, not just environmentally wise, but I believe it's economically wise to have all that information. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that the majority of the board would like to move forward with the plan as it is. However, perhaps before we build the middle school that we're planning for further north, east, that we have some sort of discussion about parameters that we'd like to set prior to that building being planned. Am I understanding the will of the board correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
The board has legislated something differently at this point, Madam Chair.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, at a board meeting where it was a matter on the agenda, the board voted that the contracts, for, Sugg Middle School include those prescriptions in there.
Yes.
We have not legislated a change.
I agree with that statement.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to make sure that I give direction to the district so that they can move forward with however needs to be moved forward to cure that, if it needs to be cured, or move forward in the appropriate way.
The contract language said, it listed those three parameters, and it said, energy and cost models for items 1 and 2 above will be presented to the board for approval at schematic design. And that's what we're here today to do.
Well, we can't, we're in a workshop. This isn't a board meeting.
I'm sure it will come before us in approval, and we will vote on it then. I'm just trying to get a consensus so that we can move forward in
Yeah,
the
our
best,
thoughts were our
most
next step
expedient
would
way
be to
possible.
get your feedback and then proceed with the design development of the preferred options.
And I think there's a majority of the board that has said that we would like to move forward with as it is planned.
Okay.
But in the future, we would really like to have that conversation prior to the planning process so that these numbers can be incorporated.
Okay.
Am I understanding the will of the board correctly? Vice Chair Kennedy?
I think you are, but to Mr. Minor's point, he's right that a previous action we took, 3 of us said we want to include this. I think Reverend Not One More Penny, being on the prevailing side, may bring that motion back for review. I'm just guessing, but I mean, Mr. Minors, anybody who's on the prevailing side of that could bring it back to review. So, and that to me feels like where we are. So I'm on the same page as you, Gina.
At a noticed meeting.
Correct.
It's on the agenda.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
So I think that
I think I've been pretty clear as chair that I don't like any surprises on the agenda. I think everybody should put any item they want to put in prior to the meeting so that everybody is as aware as possible. I want everyone to be informed before they walk in the door.
So just so I understand, the next thing we'll bring before you are the design development documents. We'll do a presentation, we'll go through them, and we'll go through the revised design development budget at that time. Those are items the board typically approves in the process.
Right.
So that would be our next step.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Good
Thank you
work.
for your time.
Thanks, Jay.
Okay, and at 3:38, we are finally to our hottest topic of the day.
Do we have the health department here?
And we're going to talk about our reopening plans, and that will be brought by the superintendent.
Yes, it will.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'd ask,
Reverend Golden.
I'd ask Dr. Benson, the Chair of the Health Department, to join us for this presentation.
They are here.
So if we could get the PowerPoint loaded while thank you.
And for anyone out there watching, we're waiting for members of the health department to enter our chambers to be part of the discussion.
Board, since we do have the health department here, I would prefer to remain seated here, given the presentation, so that at any time, if you would like to speak with Dr. Bensi or one of her staff, they can then walk to the podium. So that way we're all keeping our distance. And Dr. Bensi, I appreciate you and your staff taking the time to be here. This is a very important topic, as you can imagine. And I really do appreciate their support in us trying to come up with what we feel is a safe model and also comply with the expectations of the state, as well as all the concern and feedback we've received from teachers, from parents, from community. It's not an easy decision because we all know we're in a pandemic, but also in the midst of that, we know the importance of education and making sure that our students have the best education possible with all those circumstances taken into consideration. So I do know this, I believe I stated this before in the last presentation, that it really does not matter what our overall plan is. It's not going to be ideal for 100% of the population. I think it's our goal to come up with the best plan that can meet the needs of the majority of people, but I do believe we have to have the safety considerations of all employees and all staff and all students at the back of our mind when we're making sure that we're educating our students in the midst. So a couple of things have happened since we were here a couple of weeks ago. So I would like to begin with the beginning document. The next slide, please. And as you know, at the beginning of the week, we had an executive order from Commissioner Corcoran that stipulated a few items that all of us needed to think about with our reopening plan. So I'll wait till Ms. Boyce gets each of these handed out because sometimes it's easier to follow with paper. And if you don't mind, if you'll give Dr. Bency. Okay. Dr. Bency one so she can kind of see as well. But probably the biggest item on here that needed to be put in the minds of all, and our original plan had many of these elements already in there, but there was an adjustment where it did state that we needed to ensure that all of our schools are open and available for parents that choose to come 5 days a week. And we made sure that we kept that in the back of our mind when we were making some adjustments. But not only have we heard that language from the commissioner, each and every one of us have had emails from parents requesting the same thing. So this is not new. The reason that we all know that we had kind of a hybrid approach in some of our cases was to also look at that social distancing, and I will get into those options a little bit further. But I wanted to bring that order to everyone's attention because we want to make sure that everyone listening is aware, if they have not already heard, of that change. So in summary, next slide. That is the expectation, is that we give all families and students those opportunities. The Commission and the Department of Education would like to see every school's plan submitted by July 31st. That also includes all charter schools and private schools. So everyone that are bringing students back, they want to see and approve their plan. But he also lists in there that there will be some flexibility. And that is really critical in our plan, because we do know that at any given time, we may have to close a school throughout the school year, and we will have to change with some flexibility of our instruction. So that caveat right there allows us that if those situations happen, our online and other methods of instruction can count in the 180-day requirement of student instruction. So those are key elements within the order. Next slide, please. In the plan, we do, they do want to see some percentages of certain things. They want to make sure that they're aware of how many students and families are electing to come back in a full-time basis. And they're also going to make sure that they work with us and hold us harmless when we have an approved plan in terms of if they do know how we calculate FTE. It could be that one of our schools or a couple of our schools could be closed down for COVID cleaning. Students may be at home doing their instruction, and they're going to make sure that those students are captured in daily school attendance so that our FTE numbers aren't skewed, which also has an impact on our funding. So that's what number 5 really is giving districts information on. So those are just some key elements. The order is much longer than that. But those are the things that the district needed to come up with in a plan to present to the board. Like we're putting all the elements that have been brought forth to us. This is one. We had a survey, I want to remind the board, where we had over 20,000 parents respond in terms of their choices. And 54% of those said they wanted their kids going back every day to school. That's important for us to know. Every day they wanted their kids going back. But with that, we had many that did not want every day, that wanted either a hybrid or they wanted an online full-time component because they really weren't comfortable yet. So we needed to be mindful of that. We also heard from employees. They're concerned with their safety. We've got to make sure that no matter what the plan is, we're putting those safeguards in place for all of our employees. We don't want to put anyone at risk in these situations. We've not had all of our students back collectively in a building until August. I will tell you, we started our Camp Care with our Title I elementary schools yesterday, and we had 300 students that attended a collection of 15 schools. So we didn't have a lot of students back, but I will tell you, they were thrilled to be there. They came prepared to learn. They had masks on. We checked temperatures. And the teachers were also really excited to see them back. So it really warmed the hearts of many to kind of get back into the routine of coming to school. And I think that's what parents really are saying too. We do know that it's been a hardship for many not having the schools open with their employment status. So there's just so many things to consider. Now just about as many that need us to be open completely. We have just as many saying, I'm not sure that we're ready for that. So it's a very, very difficult decision that the board is faced with. And I know that you will not take it lightly, just like I don't take it lightly on the presentation of my recommendations that I'm giving to you. We have to take all these factors into account.
Before you move on, Reverend Golden?
No, I'm at the page of zip codes.
That's where I'm going right now. So if we'll move to the slide with a zip code.
And I guess the question that I would like to know is whether or not the surveys that were taken gave you any demographic information with respect to these zip codes, where the highest COVID-19 infections are. I'm appreciative of the fact that we got such a tremendous response, but I would also like to know whether the responses came from the areas that have been identified as hotspots in Manatee County: 08, 221, 203, 207, 205. Do we have that information?
I can answer that question. So for the group looking at the slide, Dr. Bensi provided this yesterday, and it's very valuable information because not only is it valuable for Manatee County, it's information on the state of Florida's health center. These are the hottest, some of the most impactful COVID cases in the state of Florida, not just Manatee, in these 5 zip codes. So these are hot spots right now. So Reverend Golden, in terms of the overall, out of the 20,000 responses we had, we didn't break it. We gave them an opportunity to break it out by school, so we do have the information by school, which is tied to the zip code. So we do have that on the collective number. but we've also asked each school to contact every parent. Because with that, even though I say I have responses from every zip code, the numbers in some of these schools may have fewer parents responding than in other zip codes. So we wanted to make sure that every family is contacted so that we can get their perspective. I will tell you now that we've had some slight changes. Next week, we will need to go back and re-examine what parents' requests are. I will be sending all this information out this evening. Mr. Barber and his team, as well as translators, are ready once we kind of have a collective idea today. So this will go out to all of our parents, all of our employees, so that they can reevaluate. They may have chosen or said they wanted something a month ago, and today their answer may be very different than it was even 2 weeks ago.
And the issue for me is that the report or the request that is made of the state in terms of what we want to implement here include within it a consideration of the fact that we have these zip codes where there's a disproportionate representation of poor, low-income, minority people. And I'm wanting to make absolutely sure that what we send is not going to be different than what the health department is able to recommend as would be healthy in Manatee County. That to me is the line in the sand.
Well, one of the main factors in the order, if you go back in and read, it says that we are required to work with our local health department. And at their recommendation and advice is kind of how we're supposed to take our lead. So we're fortunate that we've had such a great relationship since this whole situation has started. We hear communication from their department every day. They keep us well informed on information and data as well as our cases. And later in our slide, you will see the information that has been gathered and the impact of COVID that has in just a couple of months affected some of our own employees and so forth. But that is a requirement with the plan, is that we are supposed to be working with our health department on making the best decision, because each of the 67 counties are very different and their needs are very different. But that's a very good point.
I agree.
But
I just want to make sure that we are not contributing to the anecdotal information that comes out that African Americans, brown, and poor people are disproportionately impacted by this virus. I want to make sure that's not happening in Manatee County. That's all.
Thank you. So if you look at
Before you move on, Mr. Minor's also signed up to speak. Mr. Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 2 of the order that I'm looking at, the emergency order 2020 E006. On page 2, down by the bottom, it says reopening requirements. All schools open. Upon reopening in August, all school boards and charter school boards, governing boards, must open brick and mortar schools at least 5 days per week for all students, subject to the advice and orders of the Florida Department of Health, local departments of health, Executive Order 2149, and subsequent executive orders. Now, I may have misheard, but it seems like earlier comments suggested that, well, we don't necessarily have to have our schools open 5 days per week, for all students. Did I mishear?
The order requires us to give every parent the opportunity to attend school 5 days a week unless we have to close it for any type of COVID exposure, cleaning, etc. It does not mean that every child is required to attend 5 days a week, but we are required to give them an opportunity to attend.
Yeah, I followed up. I did not find in here the sort of caveat just expressed, and I've written down in my notes in examining this, about, if we find that there's a student or a staff member in a school who tests, positive, and we have to close down the school, for cleaning and whatever. I did not find that language in the order that I received. Now, that may be, I just read too fast.
No, sir, but the intent of the language that talks about flexibility
Where
in your plan,
where is that?
that's in the very beginning, on the first, it's on page 2 of the handout that I gave you. I just took out the highlights of it.
Well, I'm looking at the order itself.
Right. I took out aspects of the order so that I could just really highlight the elements that we had to put in ours. And if you go to even to the third slide, it's our remaining opening plans. It says it gives you the flexibility and continuity in this order for that very need. So that's what that intent is. I'm very fortunate. I went through that order. I'm not of legal mind, and I went through the order with the FAD's attorney out of Tallahassee, so I could fully understand the intent of those different aspects. But they do know that health and safety and working with the health department is critical, and that is one of the CDC requirements and recommendations when we have a case that we've practiced and put in place from the very, very beginning. So that has to be spelled out in our plan. And so that's what that element means. We will have to have those interruptions if we have situations that do occur.
Well, I agree. I think it's, what the superintendent has for a plan makes more sense than the order.
The order's kind of complicated a little bit.
The order just says that they have to be open 5 days a week. Now, it's suggesting that at the local level, there is more understanding of the needs of a school and protecting students than is reflected in this order. This order, the explicit in there is, has to be open 5 days a week, which I believe is not wise, and the suggested plan, if I understand it, that the superintendent is recommending, it makes more sense. For anyone in Tallahassee or Washington to say, you have to be open 5 days a week, is not sensitive to the need to clean, the sensitive to the students, and I understand from earlier comments that FAD's attorney, which is not the attorney for the people who sent this order, says, put it in your plan and it ought to be approved. Well, I would hope so. But the idea, when they send out an order, you got to be open 5 days a week, and everybody got to go to there 5 days a week, regardless, without the exceptions, is like turning our schools into death camps.
Well, the fortunate thing is we are able to, work directly with them. It does give you the language in the plan, in the order for us to submit a plan. I also had been on 3 conference calls with DOE in the last 3 days. So I do feel comfortable with what we're going to present today as definitely a plan that will be approved, and we will satisfy the requirements of the order, but also satisfy the request and feedback from our staff, from our teachers, as well as from parents. Remember, we've worked hand in hand. Mr. Wagner works directly with the ASME union group. I'm working directly with Pat Barber in the MEA, and we have to take a lot of considerations into play here. We certainly want to be mindful of getting students back in the building, but we also need to be mindful of employees' health risk. So I think we're all working very hard, each district, to come up with the best, safest plan. And like Reverend Golden stated, we do have a number of attendance zones. I believe the last time we met there were 2, now there's 5. So it is growing. It is a cause for concern, which is why our plan is not going to just say, Mr. Minor, every child has to be in the building 5 days a week. So I do think we have enough data and support behind giving us flexibility to have some varied options, because options are needed. And I do think it satisfies the order. So if we go to the next page, which is page 6, which is also a very important page. If you look at the percent of cases, of positive cases for students, I know that for many and for quite some time, you would hear that it really is a virus that is not having an impact on children. It's predominantly older folks. I'm not sure if it's because our children have been quarantined. Think about it. They've not been in schools. They've been separated out for quite some time. But where once upon a time the average age that was impacted when it first came about was 65. Then it dropped to 55. Well, I believe right now in this county it's around 35, especially if you take the long-term care population out of the equation. So it is dropping to an overall younger rate because younger people are mixing together in crowds, which can end up causing some of the infection. So we can't really say that it does not affect children. Now, has it affect children in the same percentage, same rate as adults? No. But it is a new virus. And really, until we have schools open, I don't really know that we have all the facts yet that we're going to see. But if you look at the very beginning on the bottom chart, and you from June 12th all the way through now, and you compare our data and the number of cases compared to the state, each one of these calculations, we have exceeded the percent of infected cases per tested children than the state has. So the last test were, when you looked, we're at a 35.7% positive rate compared to 24.2% of those tested being positive for the state versus Manatee County. So our percentage is pretty substantial. And if you look, I didn't give you all the counties in the state of Florida, but we're among the highest. We're in those highest groups. There's a couple in the 40s or near 40, but we've got to be in the top 10, top 5 impacting children. I will tell you, yesterday was summer school. We had a person calling the children at Rogers Garden that didn't attend, just to remind parents, etc. And the parent said, my child did not come today because they have COVID. But not only do they have COVID, everyone in their house has COVID. So children can be affected. So we really need to be mindful of that.
Before you move to the next slide, Reverend Golden?
No, I'm sorry. That's fine.
Okay, Vice Chair Kennedy?
Yeah, no, when Mr. Minor was talking about the emergency order from Corcoran, I had a few comments to make, but I think it'd probably just be better to finish the presentation and then we can kind of come back.
That's wonderful.
So I'll save it.
I would prefer that. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure that if there's a board member that wants to speak, they have the opportunity.
You can
That
cross
was
me
what
off.
I was gonna say.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to page 7. If you will look at this page, I think it's pretty daunting myself. Since the middle of March, we have had 43 sites that have had employees impacted by COVID, and that has equated to over 350 staff members. They either are positive, have had to be quarantined because they've been directly associated by someone that was positive, so we had to isolate them. So it was either an indirect situation that we separated them to prevent the spread, or they were directly positive.
And this is when schools are empty in the summer.
This is when we've had minimal employees or populated buildings. And a number of these have had to be closed for cleaning, etc. Some might not have had to be closed because if it happened where we found out on a Friday, we closed it on the weekend and it was back open. So not all of them had an interruption of work, but we've had employees that have worked at every one of these sites that if it were a school day or school in session, I just think it's important for everyone to be mindful of that. And I think it's important for parents to be mindful of that. Next slide, please. I know this is going to be a very hot topic of discussion, and I can respect that. We're going to talk about face coverings and CDC and Department of Health guidelines. And I can tell you, I've had just as many differing opinions on this subject as I have on should we open schools or not open schools. But our recommendation is that definitely if students or employees or anyone cannot socially distance, it is expected for them to have a face covering. I will tell you that many of our schools have purchased the shields, plastic shield coverings for children, as well as the desk, as well as the teacher, because it is very important, especially in the learning years, formative years, that they can clearly hear and see the pronunciation of words, the movement of the mouth. Some people find it more comfortable to have a shield on than a face mask. So it is our recommendation, my recommendation, that if they cannot socially distance, they are expected to have those on. But I also want to make sure, because I have had a number of parents contact me that their child may have a medical issue or a person may have a medical concern with that. We will definitely look into any child, any employee that could have a medical issue and address these on an individual basis, because I don't want parents to think that that will not be a consideration. We are providing funding for all the schools to purchase at least 2 masks, cloth masks for children, and items for employees. And of course, we're expecting everyone to follow proper protocol and dress code. We do know that preventing the spread, and I guess now we're hearing that it really is an airborne situation, virus. It's going to be vital to us keeping our buildings safe, our employees safe, our students safe. With all of these precautions, the expectation is if you don't feel good, don't come to school, don't come to work. You should stay home. We certainly don't want you mingling with other people if you're possibly infected. But sometimes people aren't aware that they're infected. So it does give an element of protection. I do believe that. I know the board may want Dr. Bency to speak on her belief of face coverings at some times, because it's a hot topic. We've received a report from the pediatric study that came out after the last workshop. I'm not a medical expert. I do not know, but it is the recommendation of the CDC, and it is in our plan, and I understand it's controversial.
I thought we were going to wait. Reverend Golden, you signed up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you are absolutely right. Dr. Bency, I would like to know if any of the recommendations that you have heard from our superintendent who sourced this from the University of Kansas Health System, if she has omitted anything that we need to add. Yes, yes,
But you'll need to go up to the podium.
yes.
On the face coverings.
Yes, and I'll, to be quite honest with you, I'm gonna do this for the secondary and for the transportation, the temperature checks, because those are the 4 issues that are directed to the health department to help us to determine.
And instead of me having to interrupt, I'll just say it's the same guideline for secondary and transportation, so I don't even have to go through that. So the face covering is the expectation without social distancing.
Yes, ma'am.
So good afternoon, school board chair, members, superintendent, other leaders from the district. Thank you for having us. The goal here is for us to work together to have a plan that everyone supports. But what I would like to really emphasize, something Dr. Hope said to us the first week, back in the end of February, when we were the first ones in the state to have a case of COVID in Florida over 4 months ago. This is a community issue. The school system represents the community represents the school system. So we should be working together and make sure that what we're doing here is the same as what we're doing out in the community and at home. So just want to make sure that everyone understands that it is a community-wide effort to make this virus go away in our community. And obviously, until we have a vaccine, that's not going to happen easily. And together, working with these types of mitigation strategies, we will be able to reduce the spread of the virus. Masks, as is displayed in this wonderful graphic, explains the risks as different scenarios are given here as examples. So obviously masks can help, and they certainly can't hurt. I know there have been rumors about carbon dioxide. Remind you, please, that surgeons wear masks all day long for years and years, and they wouldn't be able to do their profession as well as they do if they were having brain dysfunction because of carbon dioxide present. So please understand that is not the case. Masks are very important. The ones that you're talking about in terms of cloth, they can be washed up to 15 times, very easy to maintain. We will work with you as we have already in the community. We've distributed over 300,000 of them in the community, and we're wanting more. So masks are a mitigation strategy that are very useful and very easy and can dramatically reduce the spread of infection in our community.
Dr. Bency, you've heard reference the Association of Pediatric Physicians report. I read it. Now, what does the sentence in that report mean that says, and I quote, every child over the age of 2 years old should be required to wear a mask? That's a quote from the report.
And I would say it depends on the situation. And my epidemiologist here, Kayla Schmidt, reminded me today, we have seen no cases in daycare centers because of the way that population is being taught. So there's one teacher, the same teacher, they're in the same classroom with the same individuals every day. Obviously, the family is doing the right things at home as well with these children. They're not going out, but they're not wearing masks in the daycare settings. The teachers are, but not the children. So there is some evidence there showing us that depending on the conditions, that these masks may not be needed in small children if they're around one another and they have a low risk of spreading or even having the virus to begin with. Now, if they get it at home, as we're seeing in what you just presented, Superintendent, there are children under the age of 1, under the age of 5, and the cases are higher as you get older, but nevertheless, the COVID is present because they're getting it from their family members at home.
If we weren't going to spread it to other kids in the school, you wear a mask.
Exactly, especially as we get older and the asymptomatic carriers are evidenced by the testing that we're doing in the community.
All right, thank you.
I guess why Dr. Mencey's up here.
Okay.
Dr. Mencey?
Then you.
And you reminded me of it when you talked about the daycare settings and the teachers wearing masks. And as we discussed early on when we all met, one of my greatest concerns is our staff and specifically our educators in the classroom. So based on the testing of basically the pediatric population, teacher's not going to know who in the class is an asymptomatic carrier. And it is of little value to have children in the classroom if we don't have an educator in the classroom. And we've seen a number of cases among our staff when we have limited to no children in the building. So one of the areas that I'm most concerned about is and let's assume that it's airborne, and let's assume it needs tuberculosis type precautions. How best can we ensure that our classroom educators are protected to the fullest extent possible? Because to me, that's one of the major issues that we have to address. I think we know how to mitigate it with the children, but we have one employee that I think was on a ventilator for, for an extended period of time, and a relatively young person. And the sure way to wipe out the school system for the quarter of the year is for 25% of our educators to come down with this. And so what would be the recommendations with regard to types of masks? And I brought a whole collection because the public doesn't fully understand the difference between an N95, a KN95, a 3-ply surgical mask, or a 5-ply surgical mask that looks that way but is an N95 or N99 rated mask. And our teachers are scared. I mean, I think we've gotten the emails from them. They are really, now the epidemic in our area is to the point where almost everyone knows somebody who has had not just the infection, the disease. And so we need to be able to make the recommendations, but through your assistance, to give our staff some level of comfort that there is a safe way. We know, 30 years ago, you go into a patient's room and you follow all the precautions, and somehow you manage to not get infected. I mean, there's a process there, and I think with this, it's predictable and it's definable. But one of my greatest concerns is we need to give our staff, especially our educators in the classroom, a level of comfort that these are the mitigating types of behaviors and products to use that work. Not everything's 100%, but it can minimize that risk of the infection.
Absolutely, and I would ask you to utilize the tool, the checklist that's available. The CDC is looking at revising guidance already, and that's something that we've all learned from this virus. As I said, it's only been with us, less than 6 months that we know of for sure, and therefore things are changing every single day. So flexibility is the key, but I think the masks are a major component. However, again, looking at who's in the room, where are they eating, are they interacting in the hallways or not? I mean, all of those barriers will add to that next level of safety. So You see it in, at the hair salons. Some people are wearing the visor with the mask. There are a lot of options out there. The cloth masks, as we said, you can, they're not as expensive, and you can wash them over and over again. So we can help you with that. We have a team to assist you. The bottom line is, how many barriers can you put in place to make sure that your teachers and your students are safe?
Yeah, and a follow-up, is there value if we can cohort students into a unit and keep them where, and let's take the high schools, the elementary schools, we're going to be able to do that anyways because they don't move around. But in the middle schools and the high schools, if we can create cohorts within the school and the faculty move from room to room as opposed to all of these adolescents moving from room to room, and eating in the room, so we have a number of cohorts throughout the building as opposed to a mass population that's moving and interacting. If we were to get a positive case within the cohort, would that have less of an impact on the entire school population in that situation rather than us having students move from room to room throughout the day and eating in larger groups?
Absolutely.
Would that be easier for you to help manage the?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Kennedy.
Thanks. I just wanted to bring up, since the American Academy of Pediatrics came up, I want to just share this quick piece because to me, and I think all of us, we've just been kind of ricocheting back and forth between over the past 4 months as we learn more and things come up. But the Academy of Pediatrics came out about a week ago and said, released a paper, the thesis of which was that the damage of being out of school was worse than the potential damage of the coronavirus and contracting COVID. So yesterday, the group of parents and advocates that say, get my kids back to school, everything's fine, that article started to be circulated, and I did find it was interesting because one of their recommendations, most of them adhere to CDC and Department of Health guidelines, but one of their bullet points said that if students are wearing masks, only 3 feet of social distancing would be required. So I was like, oh, that could be a game changer for our plan because we could get more kids in. And sorry, I gotta fix my mask. Don't keep track, Gina. But then yesterday on NPR, I don't know what her title is, but let me just read the quote. The way the numbers are looking in Florida right now are concerning. The level of the virus is high. And so a statewide mandate to reopen schools without consideration of community spread really goes against our recommendations. So even the American Academy of Pediatrics, over the course of 4 days, specific to Florida, says, forget what we said 4 days ago. Based on conditions on the ground in Florida, this is really a bad idea. And I'll just cut to the chase. I think we would be crazy to reopen schools right now. The superintendent is a lot more diplomatic than I am, and I know she will submit a plan to the DOE, even though this emergency order is probably illegal and can't get away with it anyway. But I'm cutting to the end. But I just want to be really clear. And I've talked to the superintendent about this earlier. I think we've got to find a way to possibly postpone the school year. We've got some wiggle room in June that if we push the whole calendar back, and just let's regroup in a couple of weeks and see where we are, and then let's regroup 2 weeks after that and see where we are and come up with a plan, because I just think the idea of opening school, especially we've had 350 employees infected and the schools are not even open. Kids aren't even there. So what are we going to do even if we bring 50% back? What is this going to look like? So you guys know how I feel about masks, and as long as Dr. Bensey, we were on it, I've been at Manatee the past 2 mornings for summer camp, and there's pre-K kids jumping out of cars. There's kindergarten, first grade, second grade. They all jump out of the car. They got a mask on. They have no problem with it.
I told you so.
Yes, you did.
They're capable of doing it.
And it was good to see it with my own eyes.
And they're excited to be in school.
And they're happy to be back, true. But I don't want to put those children or their family members that they go home to at any more risk than they have to be, when all we got to do is flatten the curve again, like we did in April, and then we can reopen schools safely, or at 50% capacity, wherever the case may be. But yeah, those little ones, I saw it with my own eyes. They can do it, and because there's been pushback on masks, I think like everything, public opinion is moving quickly. We had 54% of our parents say, "I want my kid back in school," but that survey was a month ago. So if we ask that question again now, what is that number now? Or if we ask it again in 2 weeks, if numbers keep climbing. So it's just I just want to throw that out there. Just that the fact, and I know we're all aware of this, but like this data and changing conditions, and we're supposed to make a quote unquote vote final decision next week. This is just a discussion today, of course, but it's almost like every day we're going to have to reassess. And but we can talk about some of the details later. So I'll be quiet. Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, I thought we weren't going to ask questions until it was done.
Sorry.
But you
Well,
did
we
bring up a
have the expert up here.
Well, you did bring up a question that I have. This is my list of questions for today. You did bring up a question that I have. One of the questions that I think we've gotten from parents and teachers is, can we wait until after Labor Day? The way I read the order
You
said,
want Dr. Bency to sit down? Is this a Dr. Bency question?
this is not necessarily a Dr. Bency question at the moment.
That's what I want to talk about too. So responding to him.
But I just want to go back to that question,
Okay.
just because that was one of the questions he asked. And I want to make sure
We'll
that's addressed.
answer that, and then I'll finish my presentation, and then we'll come back to it, because Mr. Kennedy just cut through the presentation and just said, close it down,
That's what I
delay
heard.
it, kick
That's
the
what I heard.
curb, kick the can.
That's what I
But I did research the question, because he did come and ask me before the meeting, and we did look into it. Statutory language does state you cannot start before August 10th. Okay? So we know that that's our first date, August 10th. It tells you how many days you have to attend school, or hours, in statutory language. The only way you can delay that is by the approval of the Commissioner of Education. You would have to submit a plan to start later than our date. We have to, once the board approves a calendar, we have to get it approved by the state.
But my understanding of his order is it says you must open in August.
It did say August.
It says August.
You are correct.
I just
It states that month. So could you delay it a couple of weeks in August? Yes, you can. But the order clearly does state August. So for that to be any different, you would have to get an approval by the commissioner and or the governor. And if the board, and we're just going to talk about this and then finish the presentation, and then we can deliberate. If the board chose to push it back to the end of August, you would have to reapprove a calendar, and then we submit it. And I do believe we would be in line with the order. But before we go there, we just need to talk about all the pluses and minuses of what you're going to gain from 2 weeks. Okay, number one. Number two, remember the ripple effect that will have if employees that generally come back to work and are expecting to come back to work the first week in August, because we have a preschool week of teachers. So remember, you would be backing everything up. Without work, there is no paycheck. Without buses rolling, there is no paycheck. So it's not just that simple. And then you also need to decide, are 2 weeks going to make a difference in the decision? But I think we can finish the presentation. I think there are many points we have to deliberate, and you will see at the very end of the presentation, I do state that this plan that we all could say we agree with, whatever the end result is today, and you vote on next week, could change based on the health department, based on local issues, based on state issues. Just because we all agree to what we're going to do today or next week does not mean it's going to be that way on the 10th or that way for 180 days. As a matter of fact, I would caution that it's going to change multiple times.
And since we're on the slide about masks, and this was a hot topic last time I said I supported following CDC recommendations. That has not changed. I think your plan follows the CDC recommendations. My only request, and I talked to the superintendent about this last night, my only request is when it says medical conditions and IEPs will be addressed individually, my only request is that we have some sort of formal process for that. So like either a waiver or some other kind of document that parents fill out and submit to the school so that it's very clear cut on what they're doing. Because I do think parents need to be involved. I do think parents need to have a say. And I think that that is the best way to make sure that that happens is that piece so they can have like a formal, and I think that's fair to the principals and the schools as well. Like these are the people that have submitted this and it has been reviewed. So that's my only request. And there's something formal there so parents and everybody can be involved in that. And Dr. Hopes, we're
Yeah,
not
just-
moving off the slides.
You know, it's quick, and members, I caution us to look at delaying implementing a plan for students to come back to school based on this thing changing dramatically in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. SARS, which was far milder than this, went on for 10 to 12 months. And the way this pandemic is behaving around the world, we're going to be dealing with it till the end of the year at least. And so it's not going to change. It's not, our decisions are not going to get any easier. And whether we start before Labor Day or after Labor Day, it probably would not change what we're going to have to do with regards to our employees and in our buildings, unfortunately. So we just need to address it. Thank you.
Reverend Golden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The seminal issue that we have to deal with in light of the update that has been presented to us is whether or not, when there is a conflict between what the order says or proposes and what the recommendation of the Department of Health is, which prevails. And I want us to be very clear about what we are asking our superintendent to do. This update that she handed out very clearly says, in order to receive the flexibility and continuity provided for in the order, school districts must submit to the department a reopening plan that satisfies the requirement of this order by July 31st. So that's the first thing. And I just want to be very clear that what we are asking her to do is to submit a plan that overcomes all of the questions we may have about the mask and all the questions we may have about brick and mortar and what 5 days is and is not, that the plan that she's going to submit complies with what the Manatee County Department of Health says is in keeping with the CDC guidelines and that is in keeping with their own Department of Health. If we can agree on that, I don't care whether it changes every day. If that's the baseline, it will change with respect to what the Department of Health recognizes is in the best interest of our children, of our employees, and the community. The rest will work itself out. And we can all, hypothecate and come up with all kinds of exceptions and differences in rules. But in the end, either we are going to be hamstrung by the Department of Education's emergency order, or we're going to be freed to follow the dictates of what is healthy. And I vote for whatever is healthy. So whatever you send on the 31st must be blessed by the Department of Health here in Manatee County, as far as I'm concerned. Because anything else you send is going to be something that we think is in the best interest. And I don't want to be put in that position. We're talking about well, what happens if this kid does that? What happens if the people come without masks? What happens if they don't get paid, and what if they get paid late? If you die, none of that matters. Whether you get paid again, that ain't no issue. And so this truly is life or death, and I'm perfectly content to set my attitudes and perspectives aside and say, whatever is healthy, that's what we ought to do. And everybody knows, until you get a vaccine, it's all speculative. It's all until you get a vaccine of this thing. And so I appreciate all that I've heard so far. You know, school district approved reopening that is designed to provide financial continuity for the 2020 fall semester. None of that matters. If you land up in the hospital on a ventilator for 90 days and still die, and that's happening, this is probably the most hurtful thing we will experience in our lifetimes. And I first off, I want to thank you for coming. You know, particularly on such short notice. I just kind of hoping that the decision I'm being asked today is whether or not we want her to apply for. But oh, that's not what this is
Let's get
about.
through his presentation first.
Can you put page number 11 up there? Thank you. And Reverend Golden, part of the reason that I did want to have a short summer school when the GEARS, which is part of the CARES Act money, the GEARS finance came in and gave us just a few weeks ago, notified us, gave us an opportunity to bring back and close the achievement gap on our most at-risk students. So 15 of our Title I schools, we are having a 3-week camp care to bring them back to help with that. But part of the reason we put that together and took advantage of that opportunity was to give our paper version of what we thought we were going to do with health practices to see how they would be applied, to see if our students would be able to wear a mask, to make sure that we were able to verify temperature checks, and to go about those protocols to see if we're able to have the spacing and the safety needed in a smaller footprint before we bring the schools back on a bigger scale in August. And what I will tell you, really, it's only been 2 days. It has been very positive. Today has more students there than yesterday. But what you do see is an excitement to be with their friends, to come in and learn and have activities. And we do know that that is an element. And I think that was mentioned. And we're sitting here having to balance both. What are the social, emotional, hardships that have been placed on these families and these students with the separation, with having to be remaining at home, not around their peers, interacting with one another, and not learning with a face-to-face teacher versus keeping everybody safe. And it's a terrible position to be put in. I mean, we're all faced with a terrible decision. Which one is the best? And I think we have to let the data drive what we do. And I think we have to come up with a safe plan first and evaluate it. And I think every week we have to keep evaluating what we're doing. Not monthly, not quarterly, I think weekly. And I think there will be a tipping point that we may have to say, you know what, it's all online. Pushing it back may not be the answer. Maybe it's, we got to go back to the e-learning. Mr. Kennedy and I spoke about that too. I really would like time, okay? Because I do know part of that difficulty in the fourth quarter, especially with some of our elementary kids and our students of poverty, they didn't know how to navigate through the system of the computer program and the elements. So I would like time to train the children, to train the parents, to make sure that everybody has their own device, to make sure everybody has proper internet, and there's no way I can get that formulated till I bring them back and assess everything. And remember, many are going to choose full-time online anyway. So how many are going to be in a class every day? So, but I do understand, if we get to a point where there's an even larger outbreak, Dr. Bensi may call me up and say, Superintendent Saunders, I don't think that it's safe right now for you to move forward with your plan. And believe me, she'll tell me that. And then I will have to contact you, and we're going to have a meeting and make some decisions. But based on all the elements today, this is what we think based on today we should do. But that doesn't mean sometime between now and August 10th, it may look different. It may look different. So we will be checking all employees, temperature checks. We are doing random checks with students. Why are we not doing every child right now? I know you're not going to believe this. A lot of this equipment is made in China, and it's not all arrived yet. Mr. Wagner's done a great job, and Ruth Garrett in our purchasing department to get things ordered, to distribute the money, but many things are backed up. So we are going to be checking, but we can only check what you're able to do. So I just want to make everybody aware we will do the very best we can. I don't want to say that every person, because if they can't do every person, they can't do it. I discussed this in length with Dr. Bensi, and we talked about it in terms of our graduation that's occurring at the end of the month as well. Having people stand outside in the elements for a long time before you check the temperature does you no good of getting an accurate read of temperature. So you have to sit there and say, why are you doing this? It's not giving you an accurate picture. So that's where we are on that aspect right now. Okay, let's talk about slide 12. And I've kind of mentioned this a little bit already, but it is important. In these, we are following the CDC guidelines as well as the recommendation and speaking with Dr. Bensi and her department on what we will do. But if we do have a positive case, there could be a portion of a building, could be a classroom, could be closed for 2 to 5 days for us to disinfect. Depending on the situation and the person, it could be a building. We've had that happen here. It just depends on the complete situation. It also depends on what the outbreak looks like. Is it just a person in one classroom? Or do we have 4 or 5 people in different classrooms that are positive, that have been in the building? It could be that we have to close it down for 14 days to let the virus run a cycle so we don't bring those people back to spread the virus even further. So I really do want to caution parents, even if we do open up brick and mortar 5 days a week, August 10th, there could be intermittent times in the school year where their class or school is closed. Maybe a short amount of time, maybe a longer amount of time. We also will have to look at the staff being affected. If we end up having situations where we don't have enough staff to cover, or we don't have enough cleaning crews to go in, it could delay the opening of a building. We do not know. Right now we've been able to manage it. But until we have 50,000 students in some way, shape, or form back in the mix, we really do not know what it's going to look like because no one's seen it. We have no data here to show that. I don't know that we can use the data from other countries because their cases had declined before those students have been back. So I do not know. So I do want to caution and make sure that everyone does know that if that happens, our continuity learning plan will continue. It will be in our proposal to DOE. Our instructional services will be provided online. So students every day will be provided with instruction and learning. Page 13. These were the plans that we originally began with. I did make a slight adjustment, I believe, to grade 6 based on conversations. Pre-K through 6th grade are our youngest children. They are being recommended to come 5 days a week. Those were the ones that we had the biggest comments from parents that it prohibited them from going to work. It was causing a bigger hardship on them financially than for them to stay home with their children. They really needed us to open up. They also, in addition to having difficulty going to work if schools were closed, they really did not feel comfortable with teaching their children either. They really do value our teachers. They rely on our teachers. They need our teachers to be the ones in front of them, guiding and leading them through instruction. Now remember, that is the recommendation. Parents can always choose to do online. I do not have a hybrid listed for K to 6, but we will look at that if any parent wants to go just a couple of times a week and not full time. Depending on the numbers, we will try to accommodate that as well. But we do know that the ideal situation for our foundational years will be for them to come to school. For 7 through 12, our model is a hybrid. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, with Wednesday being a cleaning day. Why? It is because of the sheer numbers and for us to be able to get social distancing. However, please note the highlighted words. Any parent can choose to be full-time e-learning, or they can also choose to come 5 days a week, full-time, per the executive order. But they will need to opt in to either one of those options. The fact that we've had a lot of changes in this county since the survey and those points have been made, our schools are going to have to go back and resurvey their parents, because I will tell you, I've gotten emails stating that they are going to change their position based on all the data. So I do think they're going to have to go back and revisit to make sure that we're fully giving parents the best decision for them today. Now, once they're signed up, can we change? Once school's going, can we change? We will work with them, but we will have to have some milestones of altering plans to accommodate, to make sure that we've got proper number of staff either way, in brick and mortar or outside of brick and mortar, to accommodate. We will work with the MEA on making sure that our teachers also have choice in identifying who could, based on numbers, who could possibly be the full-time e-learning teacher, etc. So we will have a process for that. That has not been determined because it will be completely driven by the numbers of students selecting different areas. But our goal will be to have proper distancing in all the classrooms and or protections in all the classrooms so that our employees feel safe and our students feel safe. Slide number 14. I do think it's very important for me to talk about our e-learning Manatee platform. I know that there are many parents that felt that it was a positive experience, but I also know that there are many that felt that it might not have been ideal. So I do want everyone listening to know that we have heard the feedback. It was done very quickly, but we've taken all the feedback from teachers, from parents, from students, and we've gone back, and our curriculum department is working on making many, many changes. So please note what e-learning Manatee is going to look like. If you are in a hybrid situation, it's not going to be double work for the teacher. Many have experienced Teams meetings or Zoom meetings right now. It will be very similar. If a teacher is teaching to 10 students in front of them and you have 10 that are at home for e-learning, they will be able to see the teacher teaching that lesson live at the same time, streaming at the same time. They will be able to ask questions, get their questions answered, and be a part of the class, even though half of them may be sitting in their living room. We have the technology and the capability set up for that to happen. In addition, we've made in our scheduled time that if a teacher doesn't want to do it that way, we've given them a day in the week where they can record all of their lessons so that, and they can push it through our platform. If you're on the e-learning, there will be live or taped teacher instruction. They will see the lesson taught by the teacher. It's just as if they're in the classroom, so the teaching is going to be occurring. And that was where we heard a little bit of problems in some situations, but I think part of it, many had never used the platform before, and now they're a little more familiar, but we've put a lot of steps in place, protocols in place, and that's what all of our training is going to be before school begins, so that teachers feel better. We're going to show them how to navigate, and we're going to have a set template no matter what school you're at, no matter what grade level you're at, so that parents will see the same format and know how to get through the format no matter what school their child attends. So many of the feedbacks we've heard, we've mitigated that. So our e-learning will not be just assignments being pushed on there. There will be actual daily teacher instruction. So I did feel it was important to put that, a whole slide to that, because I do know that was a concern for a few comments I heard. Page 15. As we've stated, the proposal, elementary, and really it's pre-K through 6th grade, we are recommending that they come back to school full-time 5 days a week. We have staff in elementary, and we have ways with scheduling, with pull-outs and specials and other resource teachers to lower the footprint in the class, as well as we've given schools opportunities to purchase shields and dividers on desks and tables, that they really can be safely separated, where you could have all the elementary students returning as well as 6th grade. So if parents choose that, if that's what they want, if that's what they feel they need, easily done. If they do not feel comfortable at this time with their child coming back to school, they can choose e-learning again full-time, and they will have a teacher assigned to them from their school, giving the same lesson, following the same standards, the same textbook, the same everything. It'll just be done through our e-learning Manatee platform.
Reverend Golden.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Superintendent, how difficult would it be to try to have an image of a demonstration classroom in the elementary school? So that, I'm hearing you talk, but when you say, well, we're going to set it up like this and it's going to look like this, how difficult would it be to have a classroom that is set up like it would be if your child were to go there?
So that so the board can view it?
No.
For a parent to
Parent,
see?
yes.
It would be very easy to do.
Okay, I'm just suggesting that in order for people to have a clear appreciation of what it takes or what will be taking place, that they have that image. I don't need a picture, but I'm just saying I would, if I were a parent, and I'd like to know what it's going to look like. Then I can more intelligently decide whether I want my child in that environment or not.
We can certainly, we have a K-12 principal meeting next week on Wednesday. We can certainly ask each school to have that set up so that if a parent wanted to see that virtually, they could easily show it so that they would feel comfortable. And that's a good suggestion, because in some cases, parents may want to kind of get a feel of the setting, how the desks are separated out, etc. But certainly.
I was just gonna say, I really appreciate that question. I actually went to a school where they had already set up the desk just to kind of see what that looked like.
Absolutely.
But I think parents would benefit from seeing that and understanding, like, these are the things that we're gonna do, all the precautions that are gonna be taken, just so that parents make the best informed decision on what's gonna be taking place. I do have a question. You mentioned spacing them out and using the plexiglass dividers, and I know they're not really plexiglass, they're some other kind of plastic or whatever, but
Right.
whatever.
Clear, yeah.
Plastic. When those things take place, and I know you said when there's social distancing is possible, masks would not be mandatory. So when those things take place, when the desks are spaced out, when the dividers are up, those types of things, will students be expected to wear a mask in the classrooms?
That will be up to the teacher's need, because in some cases, a teacher may feel that that is necessary for their safety and health, or maybe possibly other children that could be in the room that may have some immune problems. So yes, they could still possibly have to wear a mask even with all of those precautions in there. But they will definitely have to wear one when social distancing cannot occur. But I'm glad you asked that, because there could be situations. But we're putting all those other barriers in place to try to prevent it. I will also tell you that in elementary predominantly, they have ordered a lot of face shields for the children instead of the masks. First of most, there's not a lot of pediatric masks, and we're having a hard time getting the ones that we have to fit small children as well. So the plastic face shields are really better for them, but yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand, because I think parents have asked that a lot. And to me, CDC says, hey, if you can distance and you can use the proper procedures,
Right.
then you don't need it. But if you can't, like if you're passing in a hallway, if you got to go get lunch, you got to go wherever. Go
Coming in,
walking to art.
riding on the bus,
Yeah.
coming in from the bus lane, etc.
Right. I think all those things are completely appropriate, but I wanted to know what the expectation was in a classroom if we can do all these things. And I totally understand that there will be teachers that feel uncomfortable with that. But if a teacher does feel comfortable, because I've heard from a lot of teachers that actually don't want to have all the masks in their classrooms because they don't really want to have to manage that either. There really are two sides to that. If there are teachers that feel as if, hey, I've got these dividers, hey, I've got it divided, everyone's spaced out, and they feel comfortable doing that, that would be fine.
Yes, and remember, we're going to have hand sanitizers in the classroom. There's going to be a lot of training, hand washing on a regular basis. That's going to be a routine expectation. Also note, if they're going outside for recess, and please know that they're going to have all the same classes. They're going to have art, they're going to have music, they're going to have PE. All the statute requirements are still in place. Recess and PE are still there. And Dr. Bensi can also reinforce this statement. If you're outside running, you are not to have a mask on. Yes? Yes. So.
A lot of variables being out with,
There's no simple answer.
That,
So
she
that
kind
would,
of brings up a management issue, which is like, as a teacher, I think about the management issue of masks and face shields. Like, I'm thinking about, oh, I'm taking my kids to wherever, and they all take them off. Now I have the management issue of touching all of them, or all of them touching each other, or kids putting on the wrong one. That is the piece that I know as a teacher, there will be classroom management procedures that will be put in place that will help with that. But I can absolutely see the management issue being a big issue for our teachers. And that's actually one of my concerns is how will we manage that? And one of my questions later on, I guess I'll ask it right now, is training. Not just for the students. I agree, we have to train our students, and I've been working with my daughter on that before she enters school. Hey, you know, all the different things. And I've been working with her on all of those types of things anyways. But training for all of the employees so that we really have a clear understanding of what is safe, what is healthy, and what is not, and not given to us by Facebook, but really given to us by facts. And is there some kind of training that we're going to put in place for all employees so that we know, hey, we're okay, this is an okay setting, or hey, no, we are not okay, this is not an okay setting? Is there a training piece that we have planned for all employees that are going to be in our schools?
yes, we are working on the logistics with that. Paul D'Amico and Mr. Wagner, we have most of those things in place as well as a video. We had to do that training before we did summer school for the bus drivers, for the teachers, for the paras, and then of course for the children. I believe, is it posted yet on our website? So we will have a very similar one on our website, but I am also working with some folks that were on our strategic planning group that we do feel it's important to have town hall meetings. They could very well all be virtual, but we feel that it's important to be working with our Hispanic communities and our bilingual communities or Latino communities to make sure they know the protocols and the procedures for when their children come to school and so forth, and what they can do in their home to kind of mitigate that. We're going to be working with some churches, and I have a meeting on that tomorrow to come up with all those procedures, not only on back to school, but just COVID information in general. When I was working earlier today on a Zoom call with the Horns on establishing how we can work with Books for Kids United Way and our Dive into Reading for our mentors, because we're not going to have volunteers in the schools like we have before, but how can we still capture the mentors to still help to bridge that gap for literacy for our kindergarten through third grade? So we're working on a plan right now, Dr. Halpin, Dr. Thompson, and myself, so that we can still use all these mentors. And what we've decided is we need to do a lot of training for them as well, because how are they going to deliver the mentoring through Zoom? But we're going to train them, train the parents. We're going to bring them in hopefully to some of the Horns restaurants, some of the churches, so that we can train them on how to get on the platform, how to use the Zoom. And then we're hoping to have MCR Health and other agencies there that really can help us get the word out on keeping them safe at home. Just like we stated, I had a child that didn't come, but everybody in their home, multi-generational, everybody in the home all has COVID. So we've really got to do a better job in explaining and training people, not only our employees, but the people in the community, so that they're not coming in infected, and what can they do to prevent the spread even in their own house. So we do know that's important.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kennedy?
Thanks. I was just, I just would like to put this mask issue to bed, because the last time we met, we had 3 members who expressed support for a policy or a rule that if you're inside a building or you're inside a school bus, you must wear a mask. And so I thought our mask debate was over, And I think a good reason for it to be mandatory is to make it easier for our employees. It's to make it easier on our students because they don't have to deal with peer pressure. It's a rule that everyone must abide by. So that takes that out of the picture. And as Dr. Bensi just said a half hour ago, it is the best thing that we can do. It's the easiest and best thing that we can do to stop the spread is to have a mask on. I know they're annoying, and we're not going to have perfect implementation, but over time, kids will get used to it, and adults will get used to it. And so I don't know how Reverend Golden and Dr. Hopes feel about it, or Mr. Minor feels about it, but I think no matter what we do, we have to go forward with a mandatory policy for inside buildings and buses. Thank you.
Yes.
You want to proceed?
Absolutely. The last page. Where are we now? What are the next steps? Because these are really what the plan is, and I would just like to capture. All parents will have an option if they feel that it's best for them for their child to come 5 days a week, no matter the grade. However, we have very clear guidelines and recommendations of pre-K to 6th grade that it is 5 days a week. We do have the hybrid for 7 through 12. Any age group can pick full-time e-learning. Any age group can pick 5 days a week brick and mortar. So we will go back, our principals will go back, they will reevaluate what their parents' desires are, and then we will get to move forward with coming up with the best way to comply with their wishes to the best of our ability, but also make sure that we're keeping safeguards, social distancing in the classrooms, and our numbers at bay. So that is where we are right now. I will need and will be submitting a plan to the Department of Education by July 31st, but it will be before July 31st because after the board votes, there's no reason for me to delay that. And in addition, we will gather the charter schools plans and submit them as well. But I think as soon as possible, it's better for our teachers, our community, our parents, our students, all of our staff to know what the expectation and the plan is today. It could very well change before August 10th, but we all know that. But we do need to formalize a plan as soon as possible so that we're all able to move forward with all the details. These aren't the details. My plan submitted to the state will have details that match what this is. The only lingering thing, and I'm sure you five will make it clear before the end, is Charlie's topic. But I really would like, input and some dialogue, because from there we will know I will communicate what is decided today out to the public in Spanish as well as English. We will put it on the board vote for next week, and we will move forward and continue to communicate and change when change is needed.
Reverend Golden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The report that you have provided us is, and I'd like to be clear too, in the elementary face mask shield page, which is 8, you write face mask or shield coverings will be worn in the classroom, and then you added at the teacher's discretion. I'm concerned that the only discretion that the teacher would exercise would be the second bullet point for medical conditions and IEPs, which would be addressed individually. And I believe I heard the diplomatic language of the chief health officer for Manatee, but out of an overabundance of caution, I have to agree with my colleague. You will wear a mask from the time you come into the jurisdiction of the Manatee County School Board until the time you leave, unless that teacher in your classroom exempts you because of a medical condition or an IEP. That's where I stand. That's the least, in the words of that great philosopher Forrest Gump. No, that was his TV name. When his real name is Tom Hanks. It's the least you can do is wear a mask. The least you can do is wear your mask, social distance, and wash your hands. So that's otherwise. Everything that you have said here, I think the Department of Health has already said that it meets the requirements, so be it. But I would not feel good. I did want to ask one question. Of the 350 people who have been impacted by this, have we had one fatality?
No, sir.
I want to keep it that way. And God forbid that we open up our schools and wind up with somebody's kid not being able to make it through this. It's bad enough that we have all of these ill winds blowing around us as we try to deal with this, than to have to deal with somebody lost a child because of a decision that I made. So to the extent that I can make a decision, wear a mask. When you get on that bus, come on with your mask. And when we get off that bus, take your mask off, go home. But the whole while you're in our jurisdiction, you'll wear a mask. Teachers, students, everybody.
Okay, I've heard 2 board members that are in favor of mandatory masks the entire day if they are inside. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes.
Or on the
I'm sorry.
buses.
Right, well, I think we considered that as inside.
Yes.
Dr. Hopes, are you also in favor of that?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Mr. Minor, what say you? I don't think we've heard from you. I mean, I guess there's a majority of the board, so it doesn't really matter, but
Okay.
Look at him. Look, he's not even 6 feet away from me. He's not wearing a mask.
would you like to elaborate on your opinion on this, or just accept that the will of the board has already decided this for you?
No, I support the wearing of the mask in the school.
Amen.
I wholeheartedly appreciate the superintendent's plans, and I support the superintendent's plans as a stand. It does not sound as if the rest of the board believes that, so I expect that your updated plans that come before us will reflect the will of the board.
You are correct.
I don't see anyone else lit up, so I have a list of questions. Can I go through them? Okay. A lot of them you've already answered, which is awesome, but I just want to make sure that these questions get put out there because I've gotten a lot of questions from parents and teachers and other people.
Ms. Messenger, before you begin, just so the audience knows, whoever's listening, Mr. Barber is working on a fact sheet right now. So many questions and topics that we've already spoken about, we'll have the question and answer listed. So this evening it will post, and we will continue when we see common themes coming up. We will add to the list, but just note that we are posting those this evening as well.
I really appreciate that. That was one of the things that I asked if you would do, just because I've seen some other school districts do that, and I think that would really benefit, because I think parents and employees have more fear when they don't have all the information. So the more information we can get out, I think the better. So if a parent chooses to do brick and mortar all the way or do e-learning all the way, how easy will it be for them to transition from one to the other? Or if they choose to, if they're in the hybrid and they decide, I'm just going to go all e-learning, this is working out okay for me, how easy will it be for them to transition from one to the other?
I really do appreciate that question, because with our plan, they all follow the same curriculum guides, the same pacing guides, the same roadmap. They all use the same textbooks, same materials, and we've built ours that way so that a parent could transition fluidly from one to the other. We are anticipating some interrupted service with brick and mortar, only because there could very well be some closures due to COVID testing positive, when you look at our data so far, we have to prepare for that. We're going to try to prevent it. We're going to try to keep it at a minimal with making sure that employees and parents know and students know, do not come into the building if you've been around or exposed to someone with COVID. Do not come if you feel ill in any way. Doesn't mean you have COVID, but just think you have COVID. Don't come into the building. So we're going to do a lot of trying prevention measures to prevent people from coming in. However, we needed to build a plan that we could change from face-to-face teacher to online and not skip a beat. And parents may have different comfort levels as well. So the curriculum's the same. The teachers are coming out of their own schools. So if they're teaching online, it's a teacher that would have been hired in the school anyway. They're just choosing to be the full-time online teacher. And as soon as all the students come back and it's back to normal, that teacher will be back in the building every day as well. So all the curriculum, all the standards, all the pacings are all the same. So they'll be right in line with anybody else.
So if a parent wanted their child to switch from one to the other, they would contact the school?
Yes, we will have times where they can change, only so if they're full-time e-learning, we're going to try to dedicate full-time staff to that, so they're not doing both. The hybrid is a different situation, but the full-time teacher, we're trying to devote just certain teachers to that. And as well as if they want to come back in brick and mortar, we also want to make sure that we're not exceeding our numbers with spacing and so forth. So we'll give them times, monthly or what have you, usually at the interim, at the quarter, where they can transfer from one element to the other. Even if you're going into a Florida virtual type thing, there are times of the year and through the season where you can move. So we've got to have kind of those stop measures that you can move from one to the other. But we will work with them. They will work with their school counselor or administrator, and they'll be able to schedule them accordingly. We've worked in focus, and we've already got it set up clearly, identified with a teacher roll book on which one of their students are hybrid, full-time, or brick and mortar.
Okay. Can students take only a few classes and then be done for the day? Like in high school, of course, if they are only a few credits away or whatever, can they just take 3 classes for the day and just have like a shorter day, but maybe come every day? Is that a possibility?
And maybe not come every day?
Or maybe come every day, but take a have a shorter day. Is that a possibility?
We do have in our student progression plan the types of schedules they're able to receive. Part of it is a scheduling issue. They could be dual enrollment part of the day, so they're there for their academics and they leave. They could choose to do some online with their hybrid. You could easily set up your hybrid schedule that way as well. Instead of the every other day, it could be split middle of the day. So yeah, especially for secondary, it's you could easily do it with a hybrid schedule.
Yeah, I've heard from parents that say, "Oh, my kid only needs 3 classes. Can they just take those 3 classes and go home?"
Yeah, they'll have to work with them on their schedule for the hybrid schedule.
A lot of flexibility there.
Right.
How will ESE services be handled through this entire thing? And I'm not talking about self-contained. Mm-hmm. I'm talking in push-in, pull-out types of services. How will those be handled?
Absolutely. Well, again, some of the students will be coming every day, and if they need to be pulled out to go to OT, PT, speech, etc., that will still need to continue. If a parent is choosing online, then we certainly will have to work with them in delivering their services that way to work with a parent. But also, if they're full-time online, a parent could choose to come in to receive their ESE accommodations as well. It just depends on what the parent preference is. But if they're at home, we will have to ensure that we're delivering all of their array of services.
Okay. And this might be a negotiating issue with the unions, this next one. How will sick leave and perhaps even unpaid leave, if, for instance, a teacher wants to take the year off but not lose her spot, or need additional sick leave because of outbreaks, how will that be handled? And maybe and if you just want to say that's a negotiating issue, that's fine. I just want to make sure, is there any additional
Those
information
are
about
being
that?
discussed. We will have all those aspects identified and worked out. But yes, Ms. Barber will be involved, as well as our benefits and HR department for that.
Okay, a lot of our Title I students really rely on the food that we feed them every single day. So in the hybrid model, how will we ensure that those students are fed on the days that they're not coming to school?
Well, Regina Toma does a tremendous job. Hybrid, we would be fortunate because then we would make sure they're even on campus weekly. But just as we did the last quarter and we do this summer, the students will be fed. There will be different methods that she will work out at different feeding sites to make sure that they are accommodated based on the numbers. But you could do it a couple of ways. They can easily come in on the days that they're not there and pick up their pick up their lunch or breakfast. And in some cases, she could also give them the food for the rest of the week on the last day that they're there. But she will definitely have a detailed plan communicated to the community, to the parents, and to the schools before school begins.
Okay. Let's say a school or a classroom or a building has to close. How is that information going to be communicated to the families?
Well, we unfortunately have had a lot of experience with doing that already this summer. We have a whole process, and it's written and documented, and that's, of course, one of the trainings, so that everyone knows the protocols, as well as the contact tracing that has to go into possible, contact with anybody that has a positive COVID case. But ConnectEd will definitely go out to the parents. It will be conveyed and communicated. The principal of the building or the building manager is directly involved. They contact Paul D'Amico. Paul D'Amico contacts the health department. They all work in concert, and we also keep a list of it in our benefits department. We have all the documents of people that have entered a building, so we know who has entered so that we can contact them. There could be vendors that have been in the building. They need to be identified and know that they need to be aware that there was a possible infected person. So we have a whole written process and procedure that we follow, and it's been pretty efficient up to this point.
Okay, I have a couple more. I see that everyone wants to talk now, but I just have a couple, like two more. Give me two more. One, will employees be tested prior to their return in August?
There is no mandatory testing or ability to enforce or conduct that. Testing is only a voluntary basis, and there are many sites that are conducting testing and providing testing, but we do not require, nor can we, nor will we, or do we at this time.
Okay, and my final one, and you kind of already talked about it, but just for confirmation, there's been a lot of parents that have shared that they are concerned about their child's daily schedule. I think it's mainly elementary students not attending recess or not getting to go to music or art. Can you confirm that all of those activities will still take place?
All of the traditional activities that they've experienced in the past will be in place this next year. Now, the ways in which we go about them may differ. It could be that the music teacher is pushing in to give music instead of them going to a music room. But there will still be outside activity for recess. In many cases, spreading them out and having them outside is probably better than running in a classroom anyway. So yes, we will be providing all the same enrichments and activities they had prior to COVID.
Thank you. All right, sorry, Vice Chair Kennedy,
Okay.
you're up.
I got a few things to cover. I'll go as fast as I can. Number one, this phony emergency order, does anybody on the board have any willingness to like push back on this with other school boards? And if there's not two other people that are willing to, that's fine, I'll let it go. And I'm curious, do we have, like, how does an unelected political appointee have the power to issue orders telling constitutional officers what to do? So I have some legal questions about the order. Let me say bottom line. Obviously, the superintendent has to submit a plan. I think you should do that. I think the plan you came up with is the best you can do in the environment that we're in. So I salute you for that. This is not, I support this plan, and I salute you and the team for putting it together. But I don't, I just don't think the legal basis is here. I think, I've said this many times, I think, and Dr. Hopes, I saw you said the same thing in yesterday's paper. We are the ones in charge here to make our decisions. Now, of course, they can threaten us by saying, well, you're not going to get your money unless you do what I say. But I'm not sure that that would hold up to a legal challenge. But I'll just leave that out there. I covered the summary. The zip codes are, two of the zip codes are in Dr. Hopes' area. The other three are in mine. So this is an issue that is most serious in my own district. The numbers are, sure. The numbers are scary statewide. They're scary. Bless you. They're scary in Manatee County, and they're especially scary in districts 2 and 4 in central Palmetto and central Bradenton. A couple reasons why I really think we have to submit the plan, and as we reassess as we go forward, we've had 350 staff members affected, as I interjected earlier, and that's with no kids on campus and a skeleton staff at school campuses. And we have multiple COVID cases and even more who are in quarantine. So if you throw 500 or 600 kids back on an elementary camp, or 250 to 300 back on a campus, I just really fear the explosion of cases we will see, not just in our student body, but as I said earlier, in our staff, our teachers and staff, and then mushrooming out to all the people that they live with. So it's just another reason I think that we should really take a look at putting this off. And I know there's barriers, like paychecks I feel like we could get around somehow. But think about, we are a self-insured entity. So what is a COVID outbreak going to do to our health insurance fund? And I thank Mr. Bergeron, because when I talked to him about this before the meeting, he said, well, we have stop loss insurance, which is great, we do, but then the next time we go to renew, what are our premiums going to look like? And that's money that comes out of teachers' paychecks. So that's just one of the kind of knock-on effects of this. I do have some kind of detail-oriented questions like Gina just had, but I just wanted to stick to big picture for now so I don't hog up all the time. But Dr. Bensey, could you come up, because I do have a question for you from the health department perspective. And I don't know all the details yet, but both Broward County and Palm Beach County boards have already expressed that they're not opening school. Despite this emergency order, they are not opening schools. I have a feeling, I don't know this for a fact yet, but I think their local Department of Health may have provided them that cover because this emergency order, even though I think it's fake, it does give you a lot of power that you can be the sole decider whether we pull this off. So
no pressure.
No, and I don't. That's just a fact. I mean, that's just the way it is.
I told her the opposite. I said, look, whatever you decide needs to be done, that's what we're going to do, and I'll take the heat.
Yeah.
Because I can't get fired.
I'll be happy to join you in taking that heat. But it's it's so. And this is why I want to ask you this question: is there any kind of metrics, whether it's number of cases, percentage of cases, positivity rate? Is there anything like that you see now as a target metric that we should have before we open schools?
So as an integrated Department of Health under the Florida Department of Health in the state of Florida, we do not yet have those. We've asked for those. However, I would say, as the superintendent has said, let's look at the data. I commend you all. You have done a tremendous job of developing a well thought out plan. However, the community has to be part of this and do their part, play their role, or this is for naught. So if I could briefly just go over what's been happening in our community in the past month in terms of summary. 190 new cases just since yesterday, for a total now of 4,266 cases. Those are individual cases. A person gets, like we describe it, a medical record. So there's 4,200 people, 66 people with COVID that we have identified in our community. The percent positive new cases in the last 2 weeks has been 11.8%. So in the past 7 days, it's gone up to 12.4%. Yesterday, one day alone, the highest recorded in Manatee County, 20.4% positive of those tested. We've tested 49,298 people as of this morning. Those are not repeat tests, those are one person tested. That's almost 12% of our population. So we are more than meeting the governor's request of 2% per month. We've just met the goal for July. We have a lot of sites where we're testing. UTC, Lincoln Park, Home Depot on Cortez. My team at the health department did the convention center drive-throughs. Now they're going to mobile home parks and migrant farm worker sites, trying to reach all populations. And kudos to MCR. They have done 12,000 tests approximately in our county, reaching underserved populations. Their positivity rate has been running at least 12%. Deaths, 138. We saw a lot of deaths early on in the long-term care facilities. Training is imperative. That's what we continue to do, and we have seen the decrease in deaths in long-term care facilities, a lot of training, and those people are healthcare providers. So when it comes to training, mandatory. Absolutely, the infection control piece. I also have Carol Peters here, who oversees our school nurse program, and so working with you on a lot of those details. The median age of all cases today, 39. If you take out the long-term care facilities, 37. Continues to decline, as was already mentioned. We have got to have a campaign in our community, get our children to say, we want to go back to school, but you have to help us, everybody in this community, to make that happen, because the schools will be closed down as soon as they open if this continues in our community. We have the Healthy Teens Coalition, peer-to-peer education. We need to continue educating the community and stop the rumors. There are so many rumors out there, and please, the Q&As are extremely important, getting that messaging out. But society has to change. We have a new normal here, and we do want our children to be healthy and both physically and mentally. And this is a difficult time. We know that for everyone. We want them to be educated in school. That's the ideal location. But we have to do something about what's happening in our community because our numbers are going in the wrong direction. So it's everyone in our community needs to be involved to make this a successful plan.
Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. So, but Dr. Vinci, so you're waiting for guidance from the state DOH?
We are. And you are the policymakers. I do not have that authority to make policy for the Department of Education in our community, the board, the district. We are here to assist you to make sure that your plan is as solid as possible from a health perspective.
Which you believe it to be?
Absolutely.
Thanks. I have more, but we can come back to me.
Dr. Hopes.
Thank you. Interesting observation a couple times going to the airport in Tampa. When I go over the 41 bridge and I look at that park across from Lincoln, there are a lot of children of all ages all playing together in those water fountains. Nobody's wearing masks. I mean, both times I've gone by that park in Palmetto, there are a ton of kids all over each other, hugging and everything else in the water fountains. And so I don't think that's a really good idea. I don't know who's in charge of that park, but that just brings a whole bunch of people together in very close contact. So that could be one of the few problems up in Palmetto. Superintendent, I have, this came up when we were doing our last quarter of last year. How are we handling families that have multiple students who will be in either the hybrid plan or the online plan with regards to hardware?
Well, fortunately.
Because the student's going to be tied into their classroom in the hybrid.
Right.
So if I've got 3 high school kids.
Fortunately, we have purchased a lot of devices. Mr. Hansen's done a great job preparing for the possibility of what may come. So we do believe that every child will be, if they do not have their own device at home, we will be able to provide them with one. Now, I will tell you the issue we will still have is going to be internet service. We will not know until we bring our students back exactly where our shortfall is. Because remember, the last time Spectrum had given quite a few opportunities for a couple of months of free. We also had some hot spots everywhere in the community, and then we had the Wi-Fi buses. Those things will not exist. Now, we've purchased individual hotspots, but we do not know the exact number of need. That's why I really do need to try, hopefully, to have everybody back for a period of time so that I can get the right preparation in place to continue education if we have to go online. So I do feel comfortable about our individual computers. I do think we are going to have some difficulties with internet, but we will have to come up with a plan for that.
Okay. The second is kind of in line with Mr. Kennedy's point. I know, Superintendent, you and I had this discussion. Because we are a self-insured health plan, how have we thought through how we are going to determine if it is a work comp case? In a healthcare setting, we have a medical record. We know, that this nurse had contact with this patient and then she ends up with the infection. So how are we going to determine that it's a work comp case for our employee who was possibly infected at work?
Well, part of that I do think goes back to the contact tracing element, and I believe most of the people that we've had information on becoming infected, we've been able to determine that. So up until this point, I feel pretty comfortable about where we are. As things change, it might not be that simple.
Yeah,
So I think we'll have to monitor that.
Our threshold for the reinsurance is pretty high. So we're exposed to a pretty hefty tab for the early part of the cases. And then Mr. Kennedy asked about testing before teachers return in August. But what is our protocol for employees returning to work after an infection or a COVID-19 illness?
2 negative tests.
2 negative PCR tests?
Or 14 days after the last known temperature or semblance of symptoms without taking medication. But if they have 2 negative tests, they can return.
Okay.
The problem we
Over what
sometimes
period of time?
have is sometimes it does take a little bit of time to get the results back
Right.
on the test. That's what we've been finding in some cases.
Okay, because that may be something that we want the public to be aware of, that before an employee comes back to work, this is the protocol to ensure that they're less likely to still be contagious.
And we do have all those written guidelines, and we did pull all those procedures straight from the CDC documents. So if it's helpful for the closure as well as that, maybe we can post those elements as well on our webpage just for reference. For reassurance for the public.
All right, thank you. And I'd like to thank Dr. Bensey and her team for being here. This is, I don't know how you guys are sleeping at night, but anything we can do to make your job easier, we'll try. We'll try. Thank you.
Start the campaign. It takes 2 weeks to make a difference, so
Yeah.
start it now. See the numbers go down.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kennedy posed the question of the legality of, or pretense that comes down from Tallahassee that they control local education. And Board Member Kennedy is absolutely right. Article 9, Section 4B says the school board, the constitutional officers that are here now, the 5, we controls, supervise the education in Manatee County. The buck stops with us. And I believe we have the authority to say there's not going to be public school in Manatee County, for the next month. And I think that's, what Broward's doing and somebody else,
Palm Beach.
in Palm Beach. And they're saying, this ship is ours. It's our responsibility. The blood is on us, for anybody who, suffers from this. At the same time, we're supposed to be providing public education for all the children here. And that's the rock and the hard place that the 5 constitutional officers that are sitting up here, have to deal with. And, let's say that we did, and I don't think there's consensus here to say, under the circumstances that we really don't know what's going to be going on for the next month, we're going to wait and see. Maybe the school year's not going to start until mid-September or even October. And I believe legally we could do that. It's our call. The superintendent is recommending that we have some kind of response. We don't have to respond to these people. They're supposed to respond to us. I think it's nice for us to respond and say, well, under Article 9, Section 4B, our board has decided to, try to reopen our so-called brick and mortar schools and provide an option to our parents, for their children to attend public schools in Manatee County under these particular circumstances and with these options available. And we just hope and pray that it doesn't get worse. And if it does get worse, I think this board has the option to say, and we should say, the schools are going to be closed, until there's some kind of improvement. And that's a tough call too. But how I see it at this point, the superintendent has put a great deal of thought into, a plan for opening up. I don't think it should be phased or phrased in any way of, well, we're doing it because you ordered us to do. It's just our plan. We're not going to subjugate ourselves to someone who doesn't have any authority. And we're not going to blame them, for the decision. But I think that this board, in authorizing, requesting the superintendent, should make it clear that if this thing, continues at its current climbing pace in our community, it is a gross danger to every employee and every student, and we have to slam the door shut. We just can't go on that way. That's where I'm coming from in my analysis. The portion of superintendent's plan does not, and maybe I missed it, but talk about what have been integral aspects of public education in Manatee County and every county, and that's other activities that occur, school activities that occur outside the classroom. Football, any kind of sports. And those are important parts of the education that we normally provide, to our students. I haven't heard any comment or any discussion about that.
Would you like me to talk
Sure,
about that?
would you please?
We began our phase one of bringing our fall athletics back for conditioning, which is using a lot of the CDC guidelines. They're outside, spacing, etc., not sharing the same ball or the same equipment. We were also beginning the same type of phase bring in for our band, marching band students, drama students, etc. All aspects being allowed to be outside. We were about to move into phase two, and I will tell you we've had to suspend that because we have 2 football teams that have football players that have now tested positive for COVID. So we will not move forward with phase two, which would be bringing students into the building for their conditioning, etc. We have not had any direct word from the Florida High School Athletic Association as to the expectation of games. When you read some of the national coordination of papers giving recommendations on sports, what they say about tackle football is that it is high risk in terms of transmission of possible infection, and it only makes sense if you know anything about football. I don't know how you can socially distance when you're really playing the game, but there are sports that you could, in fact, socially distance and not have a problem. Golf, right? Tennis. So there are some things that aren't as high risk as others. So I think, like all districts, we are trying to tread lightly into doing the things that everyone's looking forward to, everyone's hoping to bring back. And then we have to adjust based on, again, the data and what transpires when we do that. So we were working, we were very positive, but because of that, we've halted, and everybody has to take a step back and just do conditioning outside. When it's safe, when we feel that we're able to move to the next level or the next step, we will, but until that happens, we will not. So right now, we do not have any official stance on actual games being played or contests being held, because really we're waiting on some of that to come from the state level and the Florida High School Athletic Association level. And then when that happens, we'll come back and have a conversation. But I do not have anything other than basic conditioning happening with a lot of social distancing in place. Again, they're not getting it on our campus with our activities. Many things are happening when they leave. They get in their cars, they're together, they're out, in their homes and in the parks. And I think, like was stated, we need to do a really good job on educating and helping our youth be safe so that we can get to those levels.
Madam Chair, may I ask the superintendent a couple questions germane to this?
Please.
Okay. Well, besides football, cheerleading and other sports,
Yes.
I mean,
All those things we've allowed to come back with basic outdoor conditioning. So could be cheerleading, could be football, could be marching band. So those things are allowed, but it's outside with no contact and minimal interaction.
for fall sports.
Yes, sir.
That's the rule.
Yes, sir.
The athletic conference or whatever, giving us, guidance.
Yes, sir.
Now, that's not included in the response.
No, and it won't be.
Okay, we're just kind of, okay, thank you. Well, anyway, conclude my remarks. I think that we endorse the superintendent submitting a plan and saying, and making, reference to our Constitution authority of the board has, requested that the district, through its superintendent, advise the Department of Education of these are the plans based upon the present situation on our community for going forward. And and we watch carefully with our consultations with the Department of Health as to if we continue to go south in a significant way, I think that we ought to have another meeting to say we're going to shut down until we see it significantly better. Madam Chairman, that's how I feel about it. Thank you.
I agree that we should look at it on a regular basis, but I'm afraid if we waited until we had to have a meeting to shut something down, that might not be as immediate as it might be needed. So I'd rather leave the authority with the person that's in charge of operations, which is the superintendent. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't have a conversation about it, but if an emergency meeting takes 24 or 48 hours to notice, that means we're waiting 2 more days.
I don't think it requires.
No.
The chair has authority to call an emergency meeting.
That day?
Yes, 5 minutes. You could do it.
Maybe I'm thinking of special meetings.
What I'm talking,
Special meetings, okay.
this is a board function. The authority rests with us 5 constitutional officers. And as wonderful and terrific as our superintendent is, it's our call. She can call a meeting, but she can't call for the discontinuance of education in Manatee County, Florida, public schools.
Well, I could say that happened without our approval before, but nevertheless, I have no problem doing that if that happens, that we can call an emergency meeting. Reverend Golden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 different topics that I want to discuss. First, Madam Superintendent, in your presentation, paragraph 5 on page 4, it says that the DOE order number 2020 EO06 waives strict compliance with a Florida law requiring schools to operate for at least 180 days, and the law requiring school districts to have a uniform and fixed date for the opening and closing of schools. My question to you is, given what you have presented to us today, are you helped, hurt, or does it make no difference if the plan that you submit to the Department of Education asks that schools be opened sometime after the 11th? I think they're set to open after the 11th of August now. Is that the opening date?
10th.
Yeah,
10th of
okay.
August.
That the plan that you submit on the 31st of July would allow us to open our schools sometime between the 11th of August and, the 11th of September is a Friday, and the 14th of September. Does that mitigate any of the problems that we might have in terms of allowing us as much time as we could use to engage in more thought, more consideration? It's a month, and it's also about 40 or 50 days from the deadline when we have to submit a plan? Or do you just want to say, we're going to open on this date, that's it, and then we come back and meet an emergency session if we have to change that? I'm thinking that, it's nice to have all of these philosophical constitutional discussions, but we've got a school system to run here, and we want to do it as easily as possible. So if we already know how fluid the situation is, can we get consent to open sometime between the 11th of August and the 14th of September, which would be after Labor Day? It would be a Monday, and it would give us another length of time to plan, another length of time to consider. Just something to consider. I know I just sprung that on you, so let me go ahead with my other.
Can I respond a little bit to that, though?
Yes, you're great.
So part of this, and I just gave excerpts, part of it, but the order says August. So the district school has to begin in August unless the commissioner approves otherwise in the plan submitted by July, number one. Number two, when it says open school, they're talking in the traditional sense of opening up brick and mortar. Our school in the plan can be defined for the 180 days of being brick and mortar and or e-learning to constitute the required number of hours of instruction that we are by statute required to deliver. So when they say open up or begin, we can begin instruction in a different context of delivery and still qualify with instruction if our plan is approved. So you also have to keep in the back of the mind, I know nobody likes to think about this, but right now, and Mr. Kennedy asked me this question, state testing and assessments have not been waived. Does it mean it's going to be waived? Nobody knows. So, say you open in October, say you open in December. You're going to have to do 180 days of instruction or X amount of minutes per the Constitution. They give you flexibility in how you're going to present those minutes where you don't have to make them up. But the time and minutes to receive credits, etc., are an issue. And also remember, because you got to think the whole domino effect. As long as we push this calendar out, it means you delay graduation. How does that affect graduation? It affects seniors that may be going off to college, to military, etc. Now, I'm not saying it's not something we could do or should do. I'm just saying before we choose to delay the start of school, I need to come in with all those issues so we can have a real conversation and not a reactive conversation. I think, in my opinion, we're better off formulating a plan based on what we know today, based on hearing a large portion of the community saying, I want my child back in school, based on teachers saying, I want to go back to school to see kids, with safeguards, reduction of students in a classroom, coming up with all those kind of different methods, and see how the infection progresses. There very well could come a time where we have to put it all online. I don't know, by delaying instruction is a good decision or an allowed decision.
Okay, so-
But the method of instruction could change due to the virus.
So your answer is no.
The answer is no, sir. I would prefer not to do that.
Then the other thing that I wanted to ask is, we've had a lot of discussion in terms of the problems that are attendant as a consequence of this virus. But I've not heard any discussion today about how we're going to help transition emotionally and mentally into this new way of education. And I'm really glad that Dr. Benz is still here. She's the she's the immediate past chair of the hospital that we have here, the Centerstone Behavioral Health Hospital. And I'm just trying to figure out, when will there be any focus on the harm that has already been done? None of us can predict the future, but just looking back at the devastation that has taken place just in our county, is there a provision in our plan, is there a provision in our policies that takes into account the emotional and mental toll that COVID-19 has had on the community? And how do we address, how can we address that? What do we need to do about that?
Absolutely, and that is one of the requirements. And it's also in the requirement that will be submitted to the Department of Education, and that is another reason why we really do need to try to bring students back in so that we can assess them. That is a requirement. We've got to academically assess what gaps they may have, but also assess their emotional status. What can we do to help them overcome some of those barriers and tragedies that have happened with their parents possibly losing income or their job, etc. So it's not an easy decision. We're sitting here saying, is it safer medically to keep people at bay in their homes? And you could easily see that we had a decline in cases when everything was shut down. But is that emotionally the best thing? Is that financially the best thing? So we're sitting here having to say, open up the schools and bring the kids in because we need to see them, we need to help them, we need to assess them. You don't get quite the same approach on a Zoom meeting. We've all participated in Teams or Zoom electronic meeting. They're better than nothing, but it's not the same as a teacher sitting across that child or a counselor sitting across that child and providing services and really having an in-depth conversation and seeing their emotion and having that privacy so you really are able to get all the information. So I do think right now, for their mental health, for their academic health, we need to try to open the schools up and see how we can perform and then reassess.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Minor, I see your hand, but there's still two other people that signed up to speak, and I just want to be fair about it. Dr. Hopes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I mean, I think from my perspective, where we are is we have a well thought out plan that keeps us in compliance with whatever we think this order is from a validity perspective. Mr. Minor's correct. The decision is ours, and we have that responsibility. But I think one of the opportunities that the situation presents us with is we have a community, and a significant portion of the community, that wants their children back in schools. We've heard from our county's chief health officer that we need a campaign. One of the most difficult, in my opinion, one of the most difficult fields in public health is education, public health education. That's why when I figured out what public health was, I went into epidemiology. And I can figure out the distribution and determinants of disease, and then I can give it to the health educators to do the hard work. But what we have is we've got at least half of our student population whose parents say, we want our kids back in school. That's a motivator. We have the technology to access in multiple modalities every family that has a child in our school district. Dr. Bensi has said it takes 14 days to create change. We basically have 2 incubation cycles left before August 10th, where if we use the leverage that I think we have with an effective education campaign that we create with our partners at the health department, we have the ability to tap into a large segment of Manatee's population. If you want your children to start school on the 10th, here is our plan. We need you to do your part, and we're going to help you to do it. And here are the things that you can do so that we can implement this plan. And I think that's where the board needs, that needs to be our position, that we have a well thought out plan, but in order for this plan to work, we need the cooperation of the entire community. And let's see if we can leverage that desire to get their children back into school so we can assess them, because I don't think there's a way for us to determine what the impact of this has been on development, on emotions, until we get these children in front of our classroom educators and our counselors. So I think, my preference and recommendation is we rally around this plan. We immediately move forward with a public health education campaign like no county in the state has seen. And we couple all of our resources, our technology, our ability to put it together, and our ability to reach these families in minutes and bombard them with a public health education campaign that will lead to us being able to implement our reopening plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kennedy.
Dr. Hopes, I completely concur. Dr. Bensie's exactly right. We could end this in 2 weeks if we all were on the same page, but unfortunately we're not. We have another government agency in town that is not willing to put a mandatory mask order in place, so that's a barrier. So I think that's a big part of this campaign, is getting one vote there that's willing to take a brave step. And but I also agree that there is so much passion on both sides of this issue, and even though personally I think public opinions in Manatee County are changing very rapidly, and I don't say that just because my own are. I say that because just our interactions with people and the 300 or so emails and public comments we've had just in the past few days speak to it. But I don't begrudge anyone for the passion that they bring to it. I've had people come at me, and I get it. You are defending. You want your child back in school. On the other hand, parents want to protect their child, and they think that means keeping them home and not keeping schools open. So, like Dr. Hopes, you hit the nail on the head. We all want the same thing. We just disagree on how to do it. And I think if we could organize a campaign and pull all of our other elected bodies together to convince, of this effort, this uniformity of effort, it gets us back to school. Like, reopening the economy and beating this virus are the same thing. So even though to me, from my outlook, some of these issues seem, the solutions seem maybe not easy but clear. But I fully support a public campaign with every entity in the county putting our resources behind it and our people behind it. I think that's a great idea. But I do have reservations, as you all know, with the plan. I just wanted to maybe this doesn't need to go in the plan, because like our mask policy isn't in the plan that we have to submit to the state. But I do think we should make clear.
It will be.
It will be.
Oh, okay. But I do think we should also just make clear that one of our expectations is when to our students and to our employees is that as best you can maintain social distancing. Just all the stuff that we wash hands, keep distance, masks. So I don't know if we can put that into our code of conduct or into our employee manual, but I think that's just as important as the mask wearing.
We
part.
do have a COVID insert in the Code of Student
Right.
Conduct, so we'll make sure that all these expectations are listed in there as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Jane.
Reverend Golden. Oh, I'm so sorry. Mr. Minor was waiting his turn. Mr. Minor. And
Thank
then
you,
Reverend Golden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with Board Member Kennedy, Board Member Dr. Hopes. I think that the superintendent should include in her letter to Tallahassee, the date. It asks for a date of completion. And I think that the idea is, basically the same, date, so we can go ahead and set graduation date. And we have that as part of it. It meets their request. And in their request, they said, okay, they have represented that even if we don't have the 180 days of education during the period from when we say we're going to start and when we're going to finish, that's okay. And if we say August 10th or 11th, we're starting out, and, well, we find out we really can't start out, and it might be a month later. It still allows for graduations in May or whatever. And it's going to be the 5 on this board who determine, okay, on August 9th or 10th, that nope, we got to put a halt to this, for at least 2 weeks or something like that. And if there's 3 of us who feel that way, that's the way it's going to be. But it won't impede the ability for there to be a graduation and a completion of schooling, for this coming school year. But it's kind of nice we call it pretended or what, that they can determine that. But we're going to hold it to them. And we say, okay, we're going to start, we're going to stop, and we don't have to say in the letter, we can maybe even stop it for 6 months, but we're still going to have a graduation and completion of the year, come May. We don't have to put that in the letter. But we have that authority. It's upon their representation that we don't have to have that 180 days. So, but I think that's the best way to go about it at this time, and we hope and pray and through our education of the community that it gets better here and hopefully around the country and the world. Thank you.
Reverend Golden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Superintendent, the order also talks about reopening requirements subject to advice and orders of the Florida Department of Health, local departments of health. And I agree with Dr. Hopes that this is a time for us to try to work in a collaborative, cooperative manner. And so I would hope that there's an appetite from the Department of Health, in keeping with what Dr. Hopes is recommending, that they would, in writing, indicate that they have reviewed the proposed plan and that it does meet the requirements, and that they advise us to, yes, this is about the best you can do right now. I say that because I would also like for us, at the time that we formally meet to approve your sending the plan, that we also embrace the partnership that we're talking about here today with the Department of Health, so that we can move forward in a formal way to this community. I think Mr. Kennedy said it, and I wasn't quite so sure if I heard you correctly, so I want to ask you, did you say that the restoring of the economy is the same as
Beating the virus.
beating the virus? You said the same thing? Okay, I disagree. We must beat this virus if the economy never gets restored. People, you can be hungry, you can have a whole lot of trouble, but once you're dead, you're done. We need to come together as a community and simply say our top priority is the health of the people. That's all. And that is paramount, that is first and foremost, that's what's guided us, that's what's directing us. And sooner or later, this country will recover from this economic decline. We recovered from the Great Depression, and we recovered from the Great Recession. But there are a lot of people that didn't recover from the Spanish flu, and a lot of people that didn't recover from the other ills that a lot of people died before they figured out how to deal with HIV. And that's going to happen now. I just don't believe it ought to be as many as it has been. So I don't want to, what's that catchphrase everybody uses now? Moral equivalency. I don't see the equivalency between economic recovery and trying to deal with the lethal impact of this virus. So I'd like to formally move that as a part of what we discuss when we get ready to vote, that we will join with the Department of Health in this county to make it absolutely clear that our commitment is doing everything we possibly can to keep everybody as healthy until a change comes, until a cure comes. And I thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I know we're about to wrap up the meeting. I just want to ask one question. We are going to be voting on this plan on the 14th. Since we're all in here together, I would like to ask how you want to proceed on public comment. I know we had said we were rolling back to operate as we did before. We closed until August 1. It is a voting item, so I just would like, so everybody understands how you want to handle public, or how the board wants to handle public comment.
Written comments, written.
Okay, Dr. Hope says written comments.
We
Vice
don't
Chair
need
Kennedy?
to bring people in here.
I don't think we should necessarily need to bring people in here, but I would like to see us, it's going to be a very watched and commented on meeting. If we could offer the 5 high schools that we did last time. I mean, I know the irony of having closed school board meetings while we're talking about reopening schools is a little, it doesn't strike me as fair. So at minimum, I think we should offer that public comment opportunity. I mean, we opened it up for 2 hours last time. We didn't even fill 40 minutes. And I think on, that's just my take. I think we should offer the high schools. Thanks.
I think people are getting really good at written comments.
Yeah, the total today was 46 public comments.
Yeah.
I counted them. We had 46. So I actually think we're getting more, which I like it, Reverend Golden.
We had, I had 101 yesterday comments, and this morning I had more than 300.
I'm talking about official people that sent in public comment, but you're right, we did get a lot of other emails. Yes.
And I guess the question for me is, unless we're going to let 300 people speak for 10 seconds apiece, I agree that we ought to have written comments with respect to this, and we ought to cut them off so that we would have an opportunity to look at them and review them. I don't see why you should be penalized because you can't come or because you wrote, and somebody else is able to walk in here and say something. That I don't think that's quite fair. If it's important, you're right. And that's all I'm suggesting, that we in this instance and for this issue, because of the voluminousness. Did I say that right? The voluminousness,
Luminosity?
the voluminosity of the comments, that we will receive comments in writing.
Okay.
If we're gonna open schools, we need to minimize the exposure to our staff now.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, when schools are open, visitors will not be
But I'm saying,
admitted.
why expose our 5 schools to the public right now? Let's just take written comments.
Okay, Mr. Minor, what's your point of view?
I agree, we ought to welcome written comments for this meeting, and I think that's the safest for everybody in the community.
Okay, so that's a majority of the board that's in favor of maintaining what we have been doing. I think it's been very effective. Like Reverend Golden has said, I received probably in the hundreds of emails, and 46 official public comments. When people ask how do they reach out, I always give them that, because that gets to everybody reads them. So is that the feedback that you needed?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any other feedback that you need from this board in order to move forward on the 14th?
No, we will make the amendment to the mask statements, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you.
Still allowing for families for medical or ESE.
Absolutely. In individual situations, and we will have a standard form process so that it's clearly documented, and we will take it into consideration.
Okay, I just want to make
Absolutely.
sure.
Yes.
All right, well then it is 6:22 p.m. We have been going at this for over 5 hours, but I've learned a lot. It's been very informative, and I appreciate everyone being here, and we are.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Would it be an imposition for you to run the video where I said, not one penny more? Could
You want me
we?
to find it? You challenge me? I'll find it.
Before we adjourn, could,
You want to see it?
yeah, before
I'll
we.
send it to you later.
No. I'm done.
And if there's no objection, I will adjourn.